All right. So here we are. We are going to walk through how to go through setting up Discord for DevOps Days Texas. And so my name's Laura Santa Maria. I'm one of the organizers for DevOps Days Texas. And with me is JJ.
Hey, Laura. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I have no idea. No, that's a lie. I hopefully kind of do. But this will be fun. Hopefully this won't take too long. And we'll kind of walk through everything. And then we'll see where we're going. So, Laura, I just got this Discord link from an email, and I need to join.
All right.
What do I do first?
Well, so the first thing you're going to do is actually download Discord. So,
but wait. I went to this discord.com site, and should I hit that download button? Is that what?
Yes, you should hit that download button, and that download button should be specific to your platform. So if you're on Linux, you'll get a link for Linux. If you're on Windows, you get a link for Windows. So go ahead and download that. There is a reason we're asking you to get the app instead of just doing it on your browser, which you certainly could do. The app just makes it a little bit of a nicer experience for you. So we really do encourage you to grab that application if you can. So once you do that, you can start installing it, and it'll open all up and do all the things and move it on over. And if you're doing Linux or anything like that, well, we already know JJ already has it. So we're going to just pretend that he doesn't really need to do anything. All right. So now that you've downloaded the application, you're going to go here to discord.com/register and create an account. So use an email. Obviously, JJ's done this quite a few times. There's lots of things to fill in there, but you're going to go ahead and create an account, a username and a password, and all the fun things that they ask you for Discord. Just something to know that username isn't necessarily what people are going to see on Discord itself. They will have access to like seeing what that username is, but don't feel like you need to put in your first name, last name so people can understand it. We'll talk about nicknames in just a little bit.
Come on. Isn't that good? Come on.
Yeah, nice. All right. It's unfortunately you can't do the actual official date, but it'd be really funny if you could do that. So Texas Independence Day joke for those of you not in Texas. All right. So you're going to get this little like create your first Discord server thing, which you don't really need. So you can just close out or have an invite already, join a server. There's a little link there at the bottom. Go ahead and click that. And there's an invite link. So if you copy that invite link from your email and paste it right on in, and then just hit join, and it's going to allow you to join the server. And when you join, you're going to have to accept our code of conduct. And as it decides to get there, there's your welcome channel.
So it looks like I went to... Yep.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it told me first to go to the welcome channel, which is exactly what we're hoping for. Mm-hmm. And then this is our code of conduct, right? Like this is me, not me being a good human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly. So you're going to go ahead and click that thumbs up. And once you do, you'll notice that everything gets populated so that you now have all these channels to join. It's kind of confusing, but let's first go ahead and set your nickname. So you'll notice there's a whole bunch of people on the right-hand side where you can see all the different names of people who are currently on the server. They're broken out by who they are. So you'll have organizers, you'll have volunteers, you'll have sponsors. It's done based on color as well as grouping. So if you're colorblind, don't worry. You'll get a chance to take a look at those groups there on the thing. And also, if you just click somebody, JJ, can you click my name in there in the organizers channel? You'll actually be able to see there as well what roles this person has. So you'll be able to immediately see who's an organizer, who's a volunteer, something like that. So I'm going to get a little dink. I get a little hello, and I'm going to just say hi back. So this is how you do a private message, and you'll get a response back. There's that little hi back there. So but back to the DevOps Days Texas server. So once you've done that, let's go ahead and change our nickname. So
real quick, we should make it. Sorry, I just want to throw this in real quick. This is going through the web GUI, right?
Oh, yeah.
You will see the exact same thing on the application. It's just native on through the app. So just want to make sure that was quick.
Exactly. So let's real quick just go ahead and change the nickname. So there's a couple different ways to do that. You can right click on your name over on the right hand side to change your nickname. So if you find yourself in the list and you hit change nickname right there, you can change the name that you display to this server. So this is something very important. This is only for this Discord server. Discord's a little bit different than some of the other systems you might have. So it's kind of like changing your nickname in Slack in one Slack and then go to another Slack and it's something different. So that's a really great nickname now. I'm highly entertained by that nickname. So that should give you a little bit of an idea on that. So once you change your nickname, you can also go in and change your avatar, things like that. If you go down to the settings down in the bottom left-hand corner. So you can upload an avatar, whatever you want to choose to use. But
I don't think I have anything truly appropriate to upload, but you get the point.
Okay. Yeah, the point's there. So let's see. What other things we want to do? Okay, we also want to talk about push to talk. So Discord has this notion of being able to use a keyboard key or a button on your mouse or whatever you want to enable your microphone versus just using the mute button and then unmuting. You can just say, well, I only want to talk when I press a button. So they give you information about this.
Yeah, it looks like we should be using the app for this. So let me pause real quick the video or me doing this, and I'll bring this up inside the actual Discord app so we can show it that way.
Sounds good. All right. So now JJ actually brought up the application so you can see this is the Discord app. Looks pretty much the same, except we're now going to be able to set up push to talk. So when you go to settings, you can go to voice and video over there on the left, and you'll see voice activity versus push to talk. Basically what this says is voice activity means if your mic hears something, it's going to, pick up and just display it to everybody unless you have your mute button explicitly pressed. Push to talk is nice. You can use a mouse, you can use a keyboard, and you just press the button when you want to talk and you hold it down. So you press and hold and talk and talk and talk. And then when you don't want to talk, you just release.
Talking.
Don't forget that we're recording with Zoom. Recording.
Good point.
Which is why I can still hear you. I'm sure everybody else was also like, why doesn't this work? But that's how push to talk works, so that you can actually be able to just like press a button. So if I were talking right now and I press my button, because I use the side button on my mouse, and I just press that button and hold it, you'd be able to hear me. And when I release it, you wouldn't hear anything afterwards, which is really nice if you have dogs barking in the background, kids screaming in the background, someone else in the office that you're sharing, all of those fun things that always happen. So if you want to do that, that's one really nice feature about Discord that we really like. You do not have to do that to participate. So just something to know. But let's go join some channels. Why don't we go join some channels and try this out? So if you want to join other text channels, let's say you want to talk with somebody, there's the Grand Hall channel, which is a place where you can go and just say hi and leave notes and leave memes, GIFs, all kinds of things like that. So you can leave messages. Pardon me, and I just got a dink. Some of you probably heard that on the stream. That's okay. So that's where you can leave notes and messages and things like that. We'll probably get other people responding. It'll be very entertaining. But regardless, the other thing you can do is join a voice channel. Now, if you take a look at that left-hand side where it has DevOpsDays Texas and then all the channels, you'll notice that some of them are hashtags or octothorpes if you're pedantic. And then some of them are speakers. So, or pound, I should say, for those of us who didn't grow up with computers. But like me, it's okay. I feel old. All right, speakers. Anyway, so the ones that say speakers are voice channels, and that's where we're going to do OpenSpaces in here. We're going to do a lot of different things, but let's go into a voice channel. And this might be where it gets a little awkward because we're on Zoom and on Discord at the same time, but
yeah.
So
let's try the Alamo. I like to remember the Alamo, right?
Always remember the Alamo. Always remember the Alamo. So you're going to get this little notice that, oh, hey, you're on your first voice channel. You'll see the little thing telling you how to control it, but we're going to talk more about it. So when you're over there in the channel, And I'm going to come and join you over in Alamo. You should be able to click it.
So real quick, yeah, if you noticed when I did click on it, I went into the channel. I've got this little green circle saying that things are talking because I don't have push to talk on, but my grand hall is still here, which is interesting. And Laura just joined me here. So what do I do next?
So what do you do next? So you can actually go in there and see. So if you click on Alamo again a second time, you're going to get a video, and we're going to allow it to show video. So how do you turn yourself off mute? Well, you're currently not muted, but how do you mute yourself here? So that's probably the first one. Pretty easy. You just click the mute button. But you'll notice that also you come in and you start out on no video. So if you want to participate, you need to actually click the video button to turn on your camera. So I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to have everybody's camera on. It's going to be really awkward. And we can see how much lag there is on my screen. So this is basically how you do it. But this is how you can start participating. You can mute yourself and do those sorts of things. But let's actually show how you can obviously change what you're looking at. So we have different screens there. So there's that button up there at the top where it says focus. If you hover over it, when you click that, it then goes back. And then it also has a gallery view, or grid is what they call it. So that's how you can just flip around. If someone goes to share their screen, here's what you're going to see. We're going to do a little bit of inception. It'll be fun. Come on, where's my button? Go live. So you'll actually see a little thing that says watch stream.
Oh, this is creepy.
Inception. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. That's really creepy. And you'll get a little thing that just says close the stream. So that's how you can watch if somebody shares a stream. The other thing, though, is that sometimes maybe you want to be in a video and still watching the text channel. So you want to be able to see everyone and watch the text channel. So you can actually pop it out. Down there on the bottom right is a little pop-out button. So when you pop that out, and I'm going to turn my video off because it's driving me crazy. You actually get it as a little extra window that you can move around if you have multiple screens. It's kind of nice. And then you can click around and go somewhere else. So now you can have everything up and watch the video and type and do the thing and have a little bit of fun watching it at the same time. So that's one way to do that.
I think that's it, right? We don't got anything else. Like this should be everything you need.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let's show how to leave a channel.
Oh, good point.
So if you are in a video channel and you want out, just hit the little red disconnect button and you drop out. So that's just basically like a Zoom call. And then you can go to other channels. And also if you click on another speaker channel or another voice channel while you're in a different one, you'll jump over. It's not going to just let you join multiple channels and do things. The one other thing, actually, do we want to explain Deafin? Probably not. For any other information about Discord, go ahead and check out the Discord docs or ask one of the organizers. We're more than happy to help you. But hopefully this gives you a little primer to get ready for OpenSpaces for DevOps Days Texas.
And I want to just throw in one last thing. We do have the event help here. Please don't hesitate to use this. We will be watching this channel if you have questions or thoughts for DevOps Days Texas.
Yeah, can't wait to see you. Looking forward to it. Thanks. we're going to be using Mural to do our open spaces. So you're going to get a link, links.devopsdaystx.org/openspaces. You'll see this in our Discord. Once you actually go there, you're going to be taken to our Mural board. You'll notice that it asks for your name, but this is optional. You can choose to be completely anonymous on this board, and you do not need to sign in or have a Mural account. So just click Enter as a visitor, whether you put in a name or not. So this is what you actually end up on. You might get information about accepting cookies and a little tutorial. I've already been to this page on this browser, so it's not actually going to let me do that. But you can see I have a couple of different things going on here. If I want to move the board, I can click the little hand in the right-hand corner and move the board around. And I can also zoom in down here on the bottom. There are keyboard shortcuts for this, so if you are using a keyboard, you'll be able to do so. When you want to add an idea to OpenSpaces, you're going to double click in one of these two boxes to create a sticky note. Adding an idea for OpenSpaces. Now that's really tiny and it's really hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in so you can see. If I want to add another idea, I just double click and here's another idea. Now, you are not going to be able to set these all up on the board just yet, so we're going to ask you to work here. Once all of this has been done, your moderators, who you'll see with little stars down here on the bottom, will be moving everything down and merging some topics together to set everything up for voting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording here and go set up the vote. Okay, so now your moderators have created all of the stickies in this little space at the end, so the space right here. We're going to leave those be. And when you get to voting, everything is going to lock down so that you only can do voting. So we're going to zoom back in on that little board. And I'm going to turn on the voting session. You get 3 votes. And now the voting session has started. It'll give you directions on how to add a vote, remove a vote, and information about your vote. So we are going to begin voting. You see there are 3 votes left and 3 people are voting. So I'm going to add a vote here, and I'm going to add another 2 votes on this one. But let's say I don't like this vote on the first one. I changed my mind. I'm going to press Shift and click again and click over here. You get information about how many votes you have left up here in the top and who else is voting. And I'm going to go vote on another screen with different information. And what you'll actually be able to see now that I voted somewhere else, you can see who else still has votes left. But obviously, you can't tell what else has been voted for. You may also see a timer that tells you how much time you have left to vote. So the timer will run, and we can actually run it out. So you'll hear end timer, and you'll see time's up, wrap up what you're working on. And then the vote itself will likely end. And then everyone gets to see what the results of the votes were. So in this case, we've had 2 votes for these top 2. Each one of those got 2 votes, and there was only 1 unique voter, and then 1 vote with 1 unique voter on the bottom one. We will be using this to schedule all of our open spaces, and we will do this on both days. The whole system will get updated as you go. If you want to take off that voting session and stop looking at it, you can actually just close out. And if you want to see the votes again, show the results page or show the votes. Just like that. So that's how we use Mural for open spaces. We can't wait to do this with you. All right. So here we are. We are going to walk through how to go through setting up Discord for DevOpsDays Texas. And so my name is Laura Santa Maria. I'm one of the organizers for DevOpsDays Texas. And with me is JJ.
Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I have no idea. No, that's a lie. I hopefully kind of do. But this will be fun. Hopefully this won't take too long. And we'll kind of walk through everything. And then we'll see where we're going. So, Laura, I just got this Discord link from an email, and I need to join.
All right.
What do I do first?
Well, so the first thing you're going to do is actually download Discord. So,
But wait. I went to this discord.com site, and should I hit that download button? Is that what
yes, you should hit that download button. And that download button should be specific to your platform. So if you're on Linux, you'll get a link for Linux. If you're on Windows, you get a link for Windows. So go ahead and download that. There is a reason we're asking you to get the app instead of just doing it on your browser, which you certainly could do. The app just makes it a little bit of a nicer experience for you. So we really do encourage you to grab that application if you can. So once you do that, you can start installing it, and it'll open all up and do all the things and move it on over. And if you're doing Linux or anything like that, well, we already know JJ already has it. So we're going to just pretend that he doesn't really need to do anything. All right. So now that you've downloaded the application, you're going to go here to discord.com/register and create an account. So use an email. Obviously, JJ's done this quite a few times. There's lots of things to fill in there, but you're going to go ahead and create an account, a username and a password, and all the fun things that they ask you for Discord. Just something to know that username isn't necessarily what people are going to see on Discord itself. They will have access to like seeing what that username is, but don't feel like you need to put in your first name, last name so people can understand it. We'll talk about nicknames in just a little bit.
Come on. Isn't that good? Come on.
Yeah, nice. All right. It's unfortunately you can't do the actual official date, but it'd be really funny if you could do that. So Texas Independence Day joke for those of you not in Texas. All right. So you're going to get this little like create your first Discord server thing, which you don't really need. So you can just close out or have an invite already, join a server. There's a little link there at the bottom. Go ahead and click that. And there's an invite link. So if you copy that invite link from your email and paste it right on in, and then just hit join, and it's going to allow you to join the server. And when you join, you're going to have to accept our code of conduct. And as it decides to get there, there's your welcome channel.
So it looks like I went to... Yep.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it told me first to go to the welcome channel, which is exactly what we're hoping for. And then this is our code of conduct, right? Like this is me, not me being a good human, right? Okay.
Exactly. So you're going to go ahead and click that thumbs up. And once you do, you'll notice that everything gets populated so that you now have all these channels to join. It's kind of confusing, but let's first go ahead and set your nickname. So you'll notice there's a whole bunch of people on the right-hand side where you can see all the different names of people who are currently on the server. They're broken out by who they are. So you'll have organizers, you'll have volunteers, you'll have sponsors. It's done based on color as well as grouping. So if you're colorblind, don't worry. You'll get a chance to take a look at those groups there on the thing. And also, if you just click somebody, JJ, can you click my name in there in the organizers channel? You'll actually be able to see there as well what roles this person has. So you'll be able to immediately see who's an organizer, who's a volunteer, something like that. So I'm going to get a little dink. I get a little hello, and I'm going to just say hi back. So this is how you do a private message, and you'll get a response back. There's that little hi back there. So but back to the DevOpsDays Texas server. So once you've done that, let's go ahead and change our nickname. So
real quick, we should make it, sorry, I just want to throw this in real quick. This is going through the web GUI, right?
Oh, yeah.
You will see the exact same thing on the application. It's just native on through the app. So just want to make sure that was quick.
Exactly. So let's real quick just go ahead and change the nickname. So there's a couple different ways to do that. You can right click on your name over on the right hand side to change your nickname. So if you find yourself in the list and you hit change nickname right there, you can change the name that you display to this server. So this is something very important. This is only for this Discord server. Discord's a little bit different than some of the other systems you might have. So it's kind of like changing your nickname in Slack in one Slack and then go to another Slack and it's something different. So that's a really great nickname now. I'm highly entertained by that nickname. So that should give you a little bit of an idea on that. So once you change your nickname, you can also go in and change your avatar, things like that. If you go down to the settings down in the bottom left-hand corner. So you can upload an avatar, whatever you want to choose to use. But
I don't think I have anything truly appropriate to upload, but you get the point.
Okay. Yeah, the point's there. So let's see. What other things we want to do? Okay, we also want to talk about push to talk. So Discord has this notion of being able to use a keyboard key or a button on your mouse or whatever you want to enable your microphone versus just using the mute button and then unmuting. You can just say, well, I only want to talk when I press a button. So they give you information about this.
Yeah, it looks like we should be using the app for this. So let me pause real quick the video or me doing this, and I'll bring this up inside the actual Discord app so we can show it that way.
Sounds good. All right. So now JJ actually brought up the application so you can see this is the Discord app. Looks pretty much the same, except we're now going to be able to set up push to talk. So when you go to settings, you can go to voice and video over there on the left. And you'll see voice activity versus push to talk. Basically what this says is voice activity means if your mic hears something, it's going to, pick up and just display it to everybody unless you have your mute button explicitly pressed. Push to talk is nice. You can use a mouse, you can use a keyboard, and you just press the button when you want to talk and you hold it down. So you press and hold and talk and talk and talk. And then when you don't want to talk, you just release.
Talking.
Don't forget that we're recording with Zoom. Recording.
Good point.
Which is why I can still hear you. I'm sure everybody else was also like, why doesn't this work? But that's how push to talk works. So that you can actually be able to just like press a button. So if I were talking right now and I press my button, because I use the side button on my mouse, and I just press that button and hold it, you'd be able to hear me. And when I release it, you wouldn't hear anything afterwards, which is really nice if you have dogs barking in the background, kids screaming in the background, someone else in the office that you're sharing, all of those fun things that always happen. So if you want to do that, that's one really nice feature about Discord that we really like. You do not have to do that to participate. So just something to know. But let's go join some channels. Why don't we go join some channels and try this out? So if you want to join other text channels, let's say you want to talk with somebody. There's the Grand Hall channel, which is a place where you can go and just say hi and leave notes and leave memes, GIFs, all kinds of things like that. So you can leave messages. Pardon me, and I just got a dink. Some of you probably heard that on the stream. That's okay. So that's where you can leave notes and messages and things like that. We'll probably get other people responding. It'll be very entertaining. But regardless, the other thing you can do is join a voice channel. Now, if you take a look at that left-hand side where it has DevOpsDays Texas and then all the channels, you'll notice that some of them are hashtags or octothorpes if you're pedantic. And then some of them are speakers. So, or pound, I should say, for those of us who didn't grow up with computers. But like me, it's okay. I feel old. All right, speakers. Anyway, so the ones that say speakers are voice channels, and that's where we're going to do OpenSpaces in here. We're going to do a lot of different things, but let's go into a voice channel. And this might be where it gets a little awkward because we're on Zoom and on Discord at the same time, but
yeah. So let's try the Alamo. I like to remember the Alamo, right?
Always remember the Alamo. Always remember the Alamo. So you're going to get this little notice that, oh, hey, you're on your first voice channel. You'll see the little thing telling you how to control it. But we're going to talk more about it. So when you're over there in the channel, And I'm going to come and join you over in Alamo. You should be able to click it.
So real quick, if you noticed, when I did click on it, I went into the channel. I've got this little green circle saying that things are talking because I don't have push to talk on, but my grand hall is still here, which is interesting. And Laura just joined me here. So what do I do next?
So what do you do next? So you can actually go in there and see. So if you click on Alamo again a second time, you're going to get a video, and we're going to allow it to show video. So how do you turn yourself off mute? Well, you're currently not muted, but how do you mute yourself here? So that's probably the first one. Pretty easy. You just click the mute button. But you'll notice that also you come in and you start out on no video. So if you want to participate, you need to actually click the video button to turn on your camera. So I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to have everybody's camera on. It's going to be really awkward. And we can see how much lag there is on my screen. So this is basically how you do it. But this is how you can start participating. You can mute yourself and do those sorts of things. But let's actually show how you can obviously change what you're looking at. So we have different screens there. So there's that button up there at the top where it says focus. If you hover over it, when you click that, it then goes back. And then it also has a gallery view, or grid is what they call it. So that's how you can just flip around. If someone goes to share their screen, here's what you're going to see. We're going to do a little bit of inception. It'll be fun. Come on, where's my button? Go live. So you'll actually see a little thing that says watch stream.
Oh, this is creepy.
Inception. All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now because that's really creepy. And you'll get a little thing that just says close the stream. So that's how you can watch if somebody shares a stream. The other thing, though, is that sometimes maybe you want to be in a video and still watching the text channel. So you want to be able to see everyone and watch the text channel. So you can actually pop it out. Down there on the bottom right is a little pop-out button. So when you pop that out, and I'm going to turn my video off because it's driving me crazy. You actually get it as a little extra window that you can move around if you have multiple screens. It's kind of nice. And then you can click around and go somewhere else. So now you can have everything up and watch the video and type and do the thing and have a little bit of fun watching it at the same time. So that's one way to do that.
I think that's it, right? We don't got anything else. Like this should be everything you need.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let's show how to leave a channel.
Oh, good point.
So if you are in a video channel and you want out, just hit the little red disconnect button and you drop out. So that's just basically like a Zoom call. And then you can go to other channels. And also if you click on another speaker channel or another voice channel while you're in a different one, you'll jump over. It's not going to just let you join multiple channels and do things. The one other thing, actually, do we want to explain Deafin? Probably not. For any other information about Discord, go ahead and check out the Discord docs or ask one of the organizers. We're more than happy to help you. But hopefully this gives you a little primer to get ready for OpenSpaces for DevOps Days Texas.
And I want to just throw in one last thing. We do have the event help here. Please don't hesitate to use this. We will be watching this channel if you have questions or thoughts for DevOps Days Texas.
Yeah, can't wait to see you. Looking forward to it. Thanks. we're going to be using Mural to do our open spaces. So you're going to get a link, links.devopsdaystx.org/openspaces. You'll see this in our Discord. Once you actually go there, you're going to be taken to our Mural board. You'll notice that it asks for your name, but this is optional. You can choose to be completely anonymous on this board, and you do not need to sign in or have a Mural account. So just click Enter as a visitor, whether you put in a name or not. So this is what you actually end up on. You might get information about accepting cookies and a little tutorial. I've already been to this page on this browser, so it's not actually going to let me do that. But you can see I have a couple of different things going on here. If I want to move the board, I can click the little hand in the right-hand corner and move the board around. And I can also zoom in down here on the bottom. There are keyboard shortcuts for this, so if you are using a keyboard, you'll be able to do so. When you want to add an idea to OpenSpaces, you're going to double-click in one of these two boxes to create a sticky note. Adding an idea for OpenSpaces. Now that's really tiny and it's really hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in so you can see. If I want to add another idea, I just double click and here's another idea. Now, you are not going to be able to set these all up on the board just yet, so we're going to ask you to work here. Once all of this has been done, your moderators, who you'll see with little stars down here on the bottom, will be moving everything down and merging some topics together to set everything up for voting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording here and go set up the vote. Okay, so now your moderators have created all of the stickies in this little space at the end, so the space right here. We're going to leave those be. And when you get to voting, everything is going to lock down so that you only can do voting. So we're going to zoom back in on that little board, and I'm going to turn on the voting session. You get 3 votes. And now the voting session has started. It'll give you directions on how to add a vote, remove a vote, and information about your vote. So we are going to begin voting. You see there are 3 votes left and 3 people are voting. So I'm going to add a vote here and I'm going to add another 2 votes on this one. But let's say I don't like this vote on the first one. I changed my mind. I'm going to press Shift and click again and click over here. You get information about how many votes you have left up here in the top and who else is voting. And I'm going to go vote on another screen with different information. And what you'll actually be able to see now that I voted somewhere else, you can see who else still has votes left. But obviously, you can't tell what else has been voted for. You may also see a timer that tells you how much time you have left to vote. So the timer will run and we can actually run it out. So you'll hear end timer and you'll see time's up, wrap up what you're working on. And then the vote itself will likely end. And then everyone gets to see what the results of the votes were. So in this case, we've had 2 votes for these top 2. Each one of those got 2 votes, and there was only 1 unique voter, and then 1 vote with 1 unique voter on the bottom one. We will be using this to schedule all of our open spaces, and we will do this on both days. The whole system will get updated as you go. If you want to take off that voting session and stop looking at it, you can actually just close out. And if you want to see the votes again, show the results page or show the votes. Just like that. So that's how we use Mural for open spaces. We can't wait to do this with you. Howdy, y'all. Welcome back for day 2 of DevOps Days Texas 2021. My name is Laura Santamaria, and I am a developer advocate at LogDNA, an organizer for DevOps Days Texas, and the new official spokesperson of the Texas DevOps community. Because, Paul kind of ceded that to me this morning. We do have a few things for you to know. First things first, we have to say a big thank you to all of our organizers that were able to make this happen, and to all of our volunteers who are here helping us out with OpenSpaces and moderating our Discord. We also have to make a shout out to our sponsors who helped us make all of this happen, and especially State Farm, who helped us make all of the captioning that you're seeing happening live, helped us pay for all of that. All of our organizers came together from all over the Republic of Texas, Austin, Dallas, Houston, all over the place. We're really excited to be here. We've had a challenging 12 months, and we know this is hard. So we hope that this brings back some of the DevOps community here in the Texas area and that we can do some new things together. Our sponsors were able to help us give away about $10,000 or more of US dollars to food banks here in Texas. That's really important, especially with the Texas freeze that just happened. Big shout out. Please do make sure you go stop by the sponsor booths and at least say thank you for sponsoring DevOps Days Texas and let them know we love them very much. With that note, just a couple things for housekeeping. First off, if you're not on Discord, go ahead and go through the Eventbrite link to get the Discord access. And that way you can ask questions of our speakers, engage with the rest of the community, and participate in open spaces. For those in Discord, when you clicked on the little thumbs up to accept the code of conduct, please do remember to keep that code of conduct in mind. We are here to be excellent to one another. And if you have any problems, reach out to the organizers in event help. We're more than happy to make sure that everyone has a wonderful conference. With all of that being said, let's reintroduce some of our organizers, and then we'll welcome our next keynote speaker. Hi there, I'm Laura Santamaria, LogDNA's developer advocate and one of the organizers for DevOps Days Texas. I come to DevOps Days Texas through DevOps Days Austin, where I'm a volunteer, and I'm also one of the co-organizers for Austin DevOps and Cloud Austin, 2 meetups here in the Austin area. And I used to be part of Women Who Code Austin. If you have any questions, I can't wait to see you on Discord, so feel free to reach out, and I will see you soon. Enjoy the show. Bye.
Howdy there, DevOps Days Texas. My name is Richard Boyd, and besides being an organizer for this virtual conference, I'm also an organizer for DevOps Days Austin and Serverless Days Austin. I'm also an organizer for the Austin AWS Users Meetup and the Cloud Austin Meetup. I'm really excited for you to join us today, and I can't wait to talk to you on Discord and in OpenSpaces.
Greetings from Houston, Texas. My name is Dan Collins, and I am proud to be an organizer for DevOps Days Texas 2021. I come to DevOps Days by way of Austin. I attended the 2016 DevOps Days in Austin and was so taken with the experience that I came back to Houston and decided that Houston needed a little bit of that action. Now we have a monthly Houston DevOps meetup and a DevOps Days Houston that started in 2019, of which I am the founder and a member of a large group of organizers that are passionate about the developer community in Houston. Like all good DevOps participants, we have a YouTube channel. We use that channel and that content to develop our Houston developer community. The cloud moves fast, and we are dedicated in Houston to providing solutions to the world's problems. So on behalf of the Houston developer community, welcome to DevOps Days Texas 2021.
Hi, my name's Paul Tchaikovsky. I'm a developer advocate at VMware. I've been a member of the Austin DevOps community for quite some time. And in fact, when I first found the Austin DevOps community, I was in a pretty bad place career-wise. And I would say that with the help of the community, without the help of the community, I would not have the career I have today. So I'm very thankful for the community I found and joined that helped me elevate my career and myself. And in turn, I like to try and do that wherever I can for others. Thank you so much for joining us here for the DevOps Days Texas event, and we should chat sometime.
Howdy. My name is Svetlana Kryukova, and I'm an engineering manager with Two Sigma Solutions in Houston. And I'm also a co-organizer of this very first virtual DevOps Days Texas 2021. I come to DevOps Days Texas via DevOps Days Houston, and I also contribute to running of the Houston DevOps Meetup. I was very honored to be part of the team that brought you the very first Houston-based DevOps Days event in 2019. And I'm proud to be a member of the team that is bringing you this event today. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me on Discord. Welcome to DevOps Days Texas 2021, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Greetings and welcome. My name is John Paul Harold, and I'm an organizer with DevOps Days Texas. I come to the group through DevOps Days Dallas and just want to say thank you for being here. It's been a crazy year, but we still have community and we still have the need to build great software. So with that in mind, I look forward to the next 2 days. We've got stack lineup. If you have any questions, reach out to me or any of the other organizers on Discord. Take advantage of OpenSpaces and enjoy your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Sean Mouton. I come to the DevOps Days Texas organizing team by way of DevOps Days Austin, where I've been an organizer, speaker, or volunteer nearly every year that it's been in town. And that means that I have been active in the Austin DevOps community for over a decade. I work as an ops engineer at a company called ID.me, and you may know me from a project called Tire Fire, where we make silly jokes on the internet to feel better about our jobs. More recently, I've been working on a project called Call In for Papers, which will be a community founded around the idea of spreading knowledge about speaking at tech conferences in order to increase the diversity of voices that we hear at events like this and improve access to speaking opportunities for everyone. I look forward to working with everyone over the next couple of days to make this conference the best it can be. And thanks everyone so much for showing up.
Our next presenter at DevOps Days Texas 2021 Our next presenter at DevOps Days Texas 2021 is Lesley Cordero. Lesley is currently a tech lead at Teachers Pay Teachers, an edtech company. Lesley comes to DevOps Days Texas with a wealth of experience in edtech. She has spent the majority of her career on teams as an engineer, including Google for Education and other edtech startups. You can find Lesley on Twitter at LesleyCLovesYou. Although I have to admit ignorance, that could be Lesley Cloves You. Hey man, we're not here to judge. This is just DevOps Days Texas. DevOps in dangerous times indeed. EdTech is at the front lines of what's happening right now in work from home. DevOps Days Texas is thrilled to have Lesley presenting. Lesley's presentation is called Fitting Site Reliability and Developer Experience into Team Priorities. So welcome to DevOps Days Texas, Lesley Cordero.
Hi, all. My name is Lesley Cordero, and I'm currently a tech lead at Teachers Pay Teachers. Prior to that, I wasn't too far away in the edtech world. I was on the Google for Education team, and before that, I was at another edtech startup. So as a tech lead, I spend a lot of time thinking about team values and priorities. This talk is going to talk about some of the ideas I've formulated since becoming a tech lead. So that being said, I want to talk about how you should fit site reliability engineering and developer experience into the culture, values, and priorities of your team. More specifically, I want to talk about how you can use learnings from both SRE and DX to create a culture of technical excellence, high velocity, and psychological safety, which I think we can all agree are things that engineers love to hear. So before I go into the specifics of SRE and DX and why I think they matter, let me talk about team culture really quick. So what is team culture? I'm talking about team culture because I fundamentally believe that team culture is what allows teams to perform, underperform, and overperform. So when I continue to talk about SRE and DX, I'm going to talk a lot about how it takes a cultural commitment to actually see positive change on your teams. And I really want to hone in on this idea that, behind every development cycle of any system are people. And as people, we want to be able to enjoy our work. We want to be able to release features as engineers. And we all generally want to make our users happy, right? But it's a lot easier to make our users happy when the people developing those features are happy themselves. And so working a bit off of my time in developer relations, where I thought a lot about developer experience, I came into my role as a TL with this very important idea in mind. So to define this more concretely, you can think of developer experience as the collective experience of a developer using any specific tool or technology. But since we're talking about teams, I'll actually abstract this concept a little further and refer to developer experience on a team level. Since after all, what is a team other than a collection of people, right? But to get more specific as to what developers feel when they're having a good experience, I'll really focus in on three different things. So what do engineers love? What makes them happy? I think there are three key things that I'm going to focus on throughout this talk. So the very first is high velocity. Engineers fundamentally love building things. We love releasing features and writing new code. And if we're at Hi, all. My name is Lesley Cordero, and I'm currently a tech lead at Teachers Pay Teachers. Prior to that, I wasn't too far away in the edtech world. I was on the Google for Education team, and before that, I was at another edtech startup. So as a tech lead, I spend a lot of time thinking about team values and priorities. This talk is going to talk about some of the ideas I've formulated since becoming a tech lead. So that being said, I want to talk about how you should fit site reliability engineering and developer experience into the culture, values, and priorities of your team. More specifically, I want to talk about how you can use learnings from both SRE and DX to create a culture of technical excellence, high velocity, and psychological safety, which I think we can all agree are things that engineers love to hear. So before I go into the specifics of SRE and DX and why I think they matter, let me talk about team culture really quick. So what is team culture? I'm talking about team culture because I fundamentally believe that team culture is what allows teams to perform, underperform, and overperform. So when I continue to talk about SRE and DX, I'm going to talk a lot about how it takes a cultural commitment to actually see positive change on your teams. And I really want to hone in on this idea that, behind every development cycle of any system are people. And as people, we want to be able to enjoy our work. We want to be able to release features as engineers. And we all generally want to make our users happy, right? But it's a lot easier to make our users happy when the people developing those features are happy themselves. And so working a bit off of my time in developer relations, where I thought a lot about developer experience, I came into my role as a TL with this very important idea in mind. So to define this more concretely, you can think of developer experience as the collective experience of a developer using any specific tool or technology. But since we're talking about teams, I'll actually abstract this concept a little further and refer to developer experience on a team level. Since after all, what is a team other than a collection of people, right? But to get more specific as to what developers feel like when they're having a good experience, I'll really focus in on three different things. So what do engineers love? What makes them happy? I think there are three key things that I'm going to focus on throughout this talk. So the very first is high velocity. Engineers fundamentally love building things. We love releasing features and writing new code. And if we're at jobs where we're not doing that, at some point we're going to stop being happy for it, right? So I summarize this all to really mean like how much are we getting done very simply. The second is technical excellence. So how well are we doing in terms of like what question are we asking with this one? So engineers love releasing new features, as I just mentioned, and we love writing new code, but we also tend to prefer that we're writing high quality code, right? So that's what I consider the second tenet. And then as a third, and arguably the most important, is psychological safety. I think a lot of times there's an assumption that if you're doing number 1 and 2, you can kind of get number 3 for free, but I argue that that's not necessarily the case. And I do think it's something you have to be deliberate about. So I do want to explicitly sort of include that as a third tenet of developer experience and what it means to have a good one. So very put simply, right, it's like, how do we feel actually doing this work? So this middle part, where all three of these things meet, is what I think is where SRE lives. So putting it more to like a problem and solution sort of mind mapping, right? First, we have developer experience, which is like our problem statement here, right? Like, how are we optimizing for a better developer experience? And then from there, right, we have this sort of like question mark of like, how do we actually go about it? Like, what's our strategy? And I think the solution to this sort of problem statement is site reliability engineering. Cool. So obviously this talk is about site reliability engineering. So let me offer a shared definition of that we can reference this talk, especially since SRE tends to be such a large topic and that can mean a lot of different things depending on who you ask. So defined very concretely, right, SRE is the guiding principles, culture, and processes that work together to ensure system health. And so first, I think most of us understand what it's like to think about our users, right? We generally treat this as like a product where we investigate like what are our users' pain points, what are their needs, et cetera. I like to think about developer experience in a very similar way, actually, where the developer experience is like a product that you're working to optimize. And specifically, you're optimizing for team happiness, which encompasses technical excellence, high velocity, and psychological safety. And here, obviously, right, your engineers are your users for this. Secondly, this might sound obvious, but you should be proactively identifying pain points and bottlenecks for your developers. In the same way you want to know how your users are experiencing your product, you want to know how your engineers are experiencing your team. So you should be asking things like, is their time being spent well? Where is time being wasted due to things that can be automated? What's making your engineers be less excited about work generally? So thirdly, you should track progress to evaluate whether your improvements are actually having the effect you want. So it's really hard to know whether you're solving your problems the right way if you don't actually have a way to track progress, right? And then lastly, this needs to be a partnership with product. As I mentioned before, this work requires deliberate commitment. And so you'll want your stakeholders to be bought into its importance. Otherwise, it will feel a lot like pulling teeth. So just to review, right, we have proactive reliability as your developer experience work. And all of this is in the name of SRE as your strategy towards developer experience. So first, I'll argue in the next few slides, right, that proactive reliability actually is developer experience work to begin with. From there, I'll build on this to talk about how you can use actual practices from SRE to tackle your high priority issues. Third, I'll expand by talking about metrics and goals and how you can actually map those into concrete SLOs that guide your work. And then lastly, I'll expand on the point with working with product teams to align SRE and DX needs with your user needs too. Cool. So you might have heard of the concept that class SRE implements DevOps before. Well, I also actually think that class SRE also implements developer experience, or class SRE implements DevX, if you will. So I think it's, so fundamentally, I view proactive reliability work, emphasis on the proactive, as developer experience work. And I think this is because developer experience, I think this is because SRE allows you to answer very important questions that are directly related to the to developer experience work. And most importantly, and obviously, I think is like, one, are you balancing stability and release velocity well, right? These are two crucial things that from the Venn diagram idea here, where which is like technical excellence and high velocity. And if you're not balancing these things well, some symptoms that will come about are things like bad on-call experience, blowing through error budgets, which managing is some of the bread and butter of SRE work. And when these things are happening, your developers are probably not having a good time. So if only for this reason alone, I think SRE gives you a lot of tools for optimizing for better and healthier teams. And we'll go into more of these practices in the next few slides. And secondly, are you proactively looking for ways to eliminate toil? Eliminating toil is one of the core tenets of SRE. The manual work that happens in high toil environments keeps engineers from doing high value and interesting projects, right? Which typically means lower velocity, which typically leads to unhappy teams, since at the end of the day, a lot of us are there to work on like interesting work for our users. It's also just generally not, and I think in our nature as engineers, to be doing this sort of manual work when it can be automated. So I think generally speaking, high toil environments are not a recipe for happy teams. Lastly, as an example, reducing silos and embracing measurements. These are also core tenets of SRE. So both of these things also allow you to save time by allowing developers to gain context really quickly. So when you're proactively thinking about how you can measure and capture the state of your system, it's so much easier to gain this context quickly during things like onboarding, or most obviously like on call, right? So I think some of the biggest productivity losses often from context gathering, right? So for example, if it takes engineers too long to fix an incident, you have to ask yourself, is it because they had to spend too much time figuring out the context to begin with? So expanding on how to use practices from SRE to tackle your high priority issues, I just talked about a few, right? More specifically, I talked about reducing silos, using measurement frameworks, and eliminating toil. I also started to hint at root cause analysis, but didn't quite call it that. Cool. So to focus in on some other practices that you can use to tackle your high priority issues. So frequent incremental changes, I think, is one of my favorite core tenets of SRE. A lot of what I've already mentioned and will continue to expand on are pretty large topics. Which is why I mentioned having a partnership with product is crucial here. That said, you can start with small changes. It doesn't necessarily have to be large projects that you need to fit onto your roadmap. It could just be 30-minute changes that you make day by day, working to improve the experience of your team. And I think as a general tip, right, starting with observability is often a great way to start making changes incrementally. As I mentioned earlier, context building is really important for engineers, and observability typically enables this process. So things like granular dashboards that record application and network metrics, system events, et cetera, can make a huge difference when debugging systems. Along with these, right, you should make sure to record things like event logs and traces, since those are important to continue asking questions to investigate root cause. Right? Without these things, it is really hard to keep your teams from constantly being in firefighting mode. And I think recording this data also allows teams to determine where bottlenecks and hotspots might exist within our applications for when we're ready to take on larger reliability improvements. So next we have embracing risk. I think the beautiful thing about SRE is that it assumes 100% reliability. Is almost never the right goal. So at default, we don't have to stress over how to make our services 100% reliable, since we can assume that we have some breathing room and accept that failure is a natural consequence of almost any application. So while we should do our best to minimize risk, when incidents inevitably happen, the associated stress from stopping the bleeding is reduced, and which allows developers to better focus on the problem at hand. You might be wondering, well, how does this align with our technical excellence value, right? So while it can feel like you're giving up technical excellence when you embrace risk, I think what you gain, so psychological safety and more time to tackle features and other exciting projects generally outweighs the cons, right? And also, as an aside, it's incredibly expensive to reach 100% reliability. So it's almost never worth the cost investment, since users actually tend to expect things to fail, up to a certain degree. So embracing risk, which also means managing risk, should also inform future development processes so that teams can also achieve technical stability when releasing. Concretely, this means setting up processes to get ready for release, right? Like risk management and assessment, improving deployment processes, et cetera. Some things I really love to embrace are things like pre-mortems when getting ready for releases, since it not only gives you the opportunity to evaluate risk, but it also forces teams to celebrate when the worst case scenarios don't happen. So I want to walk through a very brief example of how you can go about solving a problem you might encounter on your teams. So let's say on a hypothetical team, you discover that your incident resolution times are too long. Maybe you learned this because you collect metrics to keep an eye on incident times, or your developers have complained to you, or customers are complaining about constant outages. This not only upsets users, but it also means that your engineers are under the stress of fixing an incident as quickly as possible. This could eventually lead to burnout, which could lead to work dissatisfaction, which could lead to lots of turnover. So over time, right, this could mean that your team has less bandwidth to focus on releases, which leads to even more dissatisfied users. So as soon as you discover this, you realize you should probably do something about this. So you put everyone in a room together to see how you can work to fix this. Maybe this is during one of your postmortems, or maybe it's something that comes up during some other team ritual. So you start to engage in a root cause analysis. You start asking questions like, is it because engineers are having trouble figuring out the cause of the incident? Is it because you don't have an easy way to revert to a healthy state, et cetera? And so after lots of discussion and investigating, this includes hearing directly from your developers in the way that you would listen directly to users on an application product, and cross-referencing with any data you might already have, you realize, okay, we need some improvements in our observability efforts. And like I said before, this can be done incrementally. So this is already a quick and actionable win. You also take a step back and realize there might be actually an opportunity to eliminate the need for human intervention altogether. So maybe you start to think about whether you should start to have automatic rollbacks upon errors so that there isn't even a need for manual intervention to begin with. So I've referenced metrics a few times before, but I want to hone in on the point that metrics should also drive you towards asking if your solutions are effective. In the last example, if you weren't already collecting incident resolution time, like one, how would you be able to proactively discover there might be a problem to begin with before customers or developers are complaining about it? And two, how can you actually know if the observability improvements you make actually move the needle in any meaningful way? So going more into specifics, there's so many ways you can go about collecting measurements, both for your system and for your team's experience. These are just a few examples of metrics that you can collect to set SLOs. But the important takeaway here is that there's a clear way of measuring improvements and knowing where you want to land. So in the first SLO example, it's very clear what's considered acceptable versus unacceptable availability. If your login service dips below 99.95%, that means you want to take action towards reaching your target again. Similarly, for the 99% data availability, not only is it clear what's considered acceptable, but your unit of measurement is very clear as well. And I think this is the same true for the rest of the SLOs listed here. So lastly, working with product teams and other stakeholders. Lastly, working with product teams and other stakeholders. But I'm going to actually focus on product here, on the product and relationship. So working with them is not only important because you need their buy-in, but it's also important to make sure that your developer experience priorities are still in alignment with user needs. So I think a good product and relationship is essential for tackling or prioritizing these issues. And I think this cannot be emphasized enough. So an example of the value product can bring to this work is when setting SLOs. For example, on my team, when setting SLOs, I worked with our product manager to identify and prioritize the most important user journeys. Right. So I think using this product mindset when setting SLOs is a huge value add that product has. Cool. So these SLOs were also a driving force for both prioritizing which SLOs we set, but also which SLOs we used as data points for determining where long-term work is needed. And when your SLOs are aligned with what product cares about, it's so much easier to get buy-in for prioritizing this work. Cool. So lastly, clear error budgets reduce a lot of ambiguity around when is the right time to release or not. And when it's the needed time to prioritize reliability work, et cetera. So when defining error budget policies, especially for your worst state scenarios, again, you'll want to make sure you have buy-in on the actions your engineers will need to take in response, since this might very well impact the product roadmap. So with all that said, I want to leave with you one last and actionable question. Which is, what can you do to start bringing SRE to your product teams? Cool, and thank you.
Hey folks, my name is Kevin Odell. I'm a technology director at State Farm Insurance, and I work out of our Richardson office, just north of Dallas. I'm extremely excited to be a captioning sponsor of DevOps Days Texas. We're avid participants of DevOps Days DFW, so seeing the combined virtual event, we definitely wanted to give back to the community that has given us so much. We've ourselves went through a pretty big transformation a few years back, where we really moved from project to product and really brought in those DevOps practices and principles along with that. So much so that we've coined DevOps as a top 7 technical skill that our folks can have, which is a pretty big deal if you look at the grander scheme of how we do our continuous learning and education. So very proud of that. We really push DevOps inside our organization and everything we do. It's the latest, greatest way to work, and we want to make sure that we're building those resilient systems, able to respond to our customers as fast as we possibly can. So State Farm, we are headquarters in Bloomington, Illinois, which is kind of in the central Illinois location. We also have 3 hubs. We have one in Phoenix, one here in Dallas, and then also one in Atlanta. We're hiring at every site. We need smart people to come in and help us build some quality, resilience, easily respondable systems for our customers. So if anybody's interested in joining our team, definitely go to statefarm.com/careers and see what opportunities we may have. Or if you want, reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm always willing to talk, help folks out if it makes sense. So again, please enjoy the event. DevOps Days always seem to have some of the best speakers you could possibly have out there from a DevOps perspective. So we're extremely excited and enjoy the time. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Oliver Eikenberry, and I'd like to introduce you to Liatrio. Liatrio is a collaborative end-to-end enterprise delivery acceleration consulting firm. We focus on enterprise DevOps transformations, cloud transformations, engineering enablement, and modern platform engineering practices. If you'd like to learn more, please reach out.
Liatrio's friendly and laid-back culture helps us build relationships with our coworkers and with our clients. And that same culture is what gives everyone in Liatrio the chance to be heard and gives us and our clients the chance to hear new thoughts and new ideas. Whether you're participating in a technical discussion, shouting someone out for helping with a demo, or just posting jokes in Slack's random channel, you always know your contributions are valued.
Some of the things I like most at Liatrio are getting to solve challenges that have been around a long time with the help of new technology and open source tools. Recently, we've been helping bring automated governance to the enterprise. Some of our tools like Road help move change approval left by validating some of these stages we all work so hard to automate in CI and CD via policy as code. So reach out, let us know if you'd like to chat a little bit more about automated governance, policy as code, or Road.
And we would like to add that we are hiring, so please come talk to us throughout this event or visit us on our website at liatrio.com/careers.
Hello everyone, I'm Rajalakshmi from Site 24/7. Hope you're all having a good time at DevOps Days Texas. Many of you who are attending are DevOps, and DevOps is represented in different forms in different places, and I have a different interpretation for it. There is this role called developer who takes care of writing the code, compiling it, and bundling it as a product. And with that, their role is done, and they give it to the other person who's the operator, who actually takes care of deploying the build, attending to customer complaints, making sure the SLA is met, and taking care of availability and performance of the application. But with technology growing, these two roles merged and became what is called as DevOps. So this is how I see DevOps as a person who should have some amount of knowledge of what is happening in the application development to how it is being deployed. But as seen in the diagram, he or she is not a superhero to do that by themselves. They have to make use of monitoring tools. With cloud picking up, security is also becoming important across all the layers from application development to deployment. In any cloud architecture, the various layers are end user to application, platform, and infrastructure. It's important for the DevOps to have a complete visibility of what is happening across all these layers so that they can take their product to the next level. There are many tools available in the market, and Site 24/7 is one such tool, which is an all-in-one full-stack monitoring solution with AI-powered capabilities that lets you take care of all your monitoring needs from one single console. There is alerting and reporting on top of monitoring as well. Do visit our Site 24/7 Discord channel to meet our experts, Aravind and Ilango, who can give a personalized demo. And you can use this QR code or this URL to sign up for a 6 months free subscription. Thank you. Have a nice day at DevOps Days.
Hi there. I'm LogDNA's developer advocate. You know what? Let me take this off for a second. Hold on. I'm LogDNA's developer advocate. But hey, in all seriousness, we're excited to sponsor DevOps Days Texas this year so we can make this virtual conference happen and give some love to the overall community at the same time. Being a part of the community is extremely important for us as a company, but also especially for me, Laura Santa Maria, as someone who's just part of all these Texas communities. So I'm really excited that we're here. We've built a platform for log data because we think solving real problems that you, community members, deal with every day is one of the best things we can do to give back. Whether you're in dev, ops, sec, or elsewhere in your org, we want to support you as you build the products and the solutions that shape the world. And y'all are super important for us because you keep us accountable, that we build things that solve the actual problems you deal with, and that we build things that make your life easier. We hope you enjoy the conference, and we are proud to ensure that the show does go on. Hope to see you soon around Discord. And I guess I probably better put this thing back on. We'll see you soon. I honestly don't know how I just did that without giggling my tail off. Enjoy the show.
Bring calm to the chaos with Transposit's DevOps process orchestration platform for operations teams. Today's tools were not built for modern operations. With the explosion of services that you're dealing with, documentation is just always out of date. Context is spread across many systems. There's too many manual workflows, and collaboration lives elsewhere. Transposit's platform brings your tools, data, and people together for streamlined operations and incident management. We act as the control plane for automation, sitting between all the different tools that you're using and providing automated actions and a sort of a system that lets you record everything that both humans and non-humans are doing as you're trying to resolve incidents or maintain operations and do system upgrades or updates or various different tasks. Our product is built on hundreds of pre-built integrations that are fully customizable and support identity management, where we keep track of the actions that are happening under the context of the user. Our developer console also sits on a serverless runtime environment. We host all your glue code, and we also let you see visibility into APIs and the actions you can take without needing to go and look at all the documentation for those APIs. And then our product is built on top of that, providing the runbooks that allow you to keep track of all the different actions you could take for different scenarios that come up, operational scenarios, and then all the timelines and insights that let you see the data and what's happening within Transposit by both humans and machines. We integrate into chat to make it very easy. You can grow with Transposit over time, starting off with just runbook documentation and spinning up an incident control center, all the way to full automation with toolchain orchestration and service request automation. We'd love to tell you more about the platform. Thanks.
Caring takes commitment, and delivering care presents its own unique challenges. At WellSky, we understand the struggle, but we also see opportunity. By listening closely, working tirelessly, anticipating needs, and solving for the specifics, we create software that enables ease and efficiency, delivering comprehensive solutions that support care anywhere people are in need. We see the potential for care all around us because the health and welfare of every individual and every community depends on us all. This is why we innovate. To connect care so communities can thrive. To empower providers with technology for good. Because together, the sky is the limit. Together, we will realize care's potential. Well, Sky.
Your next presenter for DevOps Days Texas 2021 is Alanna Burke. Alanna works in documentation, training, and developer advocacy at Amazi.io. After 10 years as a back-end developer, Alanna decided that a change was in order. Still carrying a torch for Drupal content management systems and helping others, she is now working as a documentation writer, training, and developer advocate at Amazi.io. Alanna also serves as a track chair for DrupalCon North America, is on the leadership team for Drupal Diversity and Inclusion, and serves the Drupal Community Working Group as an ambassador to Drupal Diversity and Inclusion, the proud owner of many pets, including several guinea pigs. She is also very involved in animal rescue. So prepare to be amazed and challenged by the presentation, documenting an agile team, how to keep up.
Hello, and welcome to Documenting an Agile Team, How to Keep Up at DevOps Days Texas 2021. I'm Alanna Burke. A little about me. My pronouns are she, her. I work at Amazi.io doing documentation, training, and developer advocacy. Just a little about my background. I think everyone comes to documentation from a slightly different place, so I think it's helpful to know a little bit about where everybody comes from. I have 10 years experience in web development, mostly back-end development doing Drupal, and I have a BS in information science and technology. So I work at Amazi.io, which is a hosting company. We have a product, Lagoon, which is our open source deployment tool. So while our primary focus is supporting our customers, we're also developing the product that helps us support them. We have a small team, just 30 people, including several folks that we share across our sister companies. We have about a dozen engineers and me, the documentation writer. I am responsible for all of the documentation with a focus on our public-facing customer docs. So let's get into it. Keeping up with the pace of an agile team. This is tough, and it depends heavily on how your team works, but I have come up with some things that I think can translate to any situation. Invite yourself. Sometimes the docs writer can get excluded from the more technical team meetings. Invite yourself to them. You might find out that you don't need to be there all the time, but make that decision for yourself. It also helps to be as accessible as possible. One of the ways that I've tried to make myself as accessible as I can as the team's documentation writer, and to give our team a dedicated place to discuss and look at our docs, is by making spaces for them inside of the resources that we already use. We have a dedicated Slack channel just for documentation-related discussion, which has been super helpful. I've also made a Jira board that shows every ticket that's tagged documentation or is in our documentation epic. That way, even if a ticket wasn't created by or assigned to me, I can still easily keep track of it if it's related to documentation. It also helps to be flexible. I'm often juggling multiple projects at once, and what I plan to do for the week on Monday is often not what I wind up getting done on Friday. As long as I'm doing what the team needs to get done and what helps our customers and our company, that's fine with me. I have a plan for what I want to get done, but there's also a lot of things moving and shifting at once, and it's important not to be too rigid in your planning that you can't adapt. It's also super helpful to have a process. How your team works from tickets to delivery can make this a lot easier on you. If your project manager writes good user stories, those stories can inform what you need to write and document along with what the engineers need to build. Sprints can also be your friend. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed by how much there is to document. I think I could work here for a decade and still find things to document. Following a sprint helps me to prioritize and give me discrete, manageable chunks of work to tackle. The main idea here is to find out where changes are being talked about and be there. Sometimes I feel like a broken record, but I'm always popping up in meetings to say, do we need docs for that? Has that been documented? Do you need me to write up docs for that? But hey, if it exists, it should be documented, and so I'm there and I ask. How to be aware of changes before they happen. Part of keeping up is being aware of major changes to your code base before they happen. Ideally, some of the tips we've just gone over will help to keep you in the loop, but it won't always. So we can do more. The first thing that I try to do is just monitor everything. I keep an eye on pull requests, and I ask my team that any PRs changing documentation or adding to it be assigned to me, but that relies on humans to tell me what they're doing, and that's not reliable either. So far, one of the best ways I've found to stay on top of things is just attending meetings and stand-up. We have a couple of daily stand-ups every day, but we're only required to go to one of them. I find that the more stand-ups I attend, the more in tune I am with what's going on, which of course makes sense. I also find that regular meetings with the product owner or project manager can be really helpful, just to actually ask questions and find out what's going on right now, or what's going on down the line, or what should I be aware of 6 months from now. Also, skimming relevant Slack channels. These might be channels that you don't actively participate in, but just lurk in sometimes. Also, give yourself permission to participate in them. If engineers are discussing a major change that you've never heard about, say, hey, when is that scheduled to roll out? Do we have a ticket for that? Are there docs that have been written for that? Do we need docs to be written for that? Find out. There's sort of this historical idea of tension between doc teams and engineering teams, and this idea that we don't get documentation done because we don't get along, or documentation writers always want to make things difficult for the engineering team, or we don't understand each other. And to me, a huge part of tearing down that divide is just remembering that we're all peers on the same team and we're all working towards the same goal. On that note, my next slide, being diplomatic when breaking changes are introduced. Sometimes we're going to miss things. Something will be merged when you're asleep, or sick, or on vacation, Or maybe you're just merrily working away and you suddenly notice that things aren't working. So what do you do? This is actually what inspired me to give this talk. A couple of things happened fairly recently that caused some links and media in our documentation to break. And while my initial instinct was to be annoyed, I kept my cool while we figured out what happened. The first incident was that we changed our default branch from master to main. I knew that this was happening. We'd had done a lot of planning, but I didn't know when the button was going to be pressed. Unfortunately, when this happened, a lot of links broke, and I had no idea that it had happened until people started complaining to me about it. After fixing it, I resolved to implement some measures to keep that from happening again. At about the same time, a handful of YouTube videos that I'd created for our docs broke too. Our marketing team handles those, and it turned out that they'd updated the intros and outros, but instead of replacing the same video, they deleted the old ones and uploaded new ones. I was really not happy about this, especially as those videos had been used and shared in various places already. But I knew that our marketing team was just trying to make us look good, so we talked and I explained why the URLs needed to stay the same and requested that any other changes to documentation-related content get run by me first. It can be really hard not to be irritated when things break and it makes you look bad. Documentation is my domain at our company. I own it. I'm responsible for it. When things are out of my control, I don't like it. But I know that at the end of the day, we're all working towards the same goal. So that's why my advice here isn't so much about fixing things moving forward, but how to handle it in the moment. The first thing is, wait until you're not annoyed. It's so natural to be annoyed when someone else messes up your work. If you're never annoyed when someone else messes up your work, you might be an actual saint. But give it a few minutes. Especially if you know that maybe sometimes you get a little snippy. Just don't talk about it right away. Walk around the block, have a snack, and then come back and calmly discuss it. If you're remote, I would definitely recommend talking about it on a video call instead of text. Text can be hard, especially if one of you is a little upset or the other one winds up being defensive. Talk it out in person and make sure that you don't say anything to escalate the situation any further. And of course, when you're talking about it, figure out a way to prevent it from happening again, hopefully with some of the things that we've gone over in this talk. Technical solutions to help keep track of changes and problems in your docs. Again, lurking in engineering channels, even if you're not active in them, as well as customer channels. I find that these both help me figure out what to document and what isn't being documented well. If customers continue to have a problem with something, then I know that that's a problem in my docs that I need to fix. If engineers change something, then I know that that's something that's possibly going to have a change that comes through soon. And so I will make myself a note and keep an eye out for that PR. Issue tracking. Subscribe to issues for updates. Whether you're doing this across a board, like I have my documentation board in Jira, or whether you go ahead and subscribe to individual issues as you see them, maybe because you were lurking in a board and you saw engineers talking about a ticket, and you say, hey, I want to subscribe to this ticket so I know when it's ready for documentation. Things like that can really help you not lose track of all of the many, many moving pieces that happen in a fast, agile company. Again, having a dedicated channel in Slack or whatever your chat client is to discuss issues. And setting up notifications in GitHub or your version control so that you can see any changes in your repos or when new PRs come in. The main idea here is to find the technical spaces where the decisions are being made and where you can see what's going on and watch those spaces. Find the way that works best for you. Your workflow and your day is going to look different from your engineers and your project managers and product owners, but where you overlap is where you can find out what's going on and stay on top of things. How to prioritize when you have to catch up to changes. Sometimes you're going to fall behind or find out that there have been code or functionality changes without documentation changes. But don't panic. Ask yourself a couple of questions and then proceed. Is anything broken? Do users have to change any settings right this moment to continue using your product? If the answer to all of these questions is no, if it's not an emergency, don't lose sleep over it. Update it as soon as you can. When it comes to documentation, the minimum viable product is what you're aiming to publish quickly. Get the steps the user needs to use your product. If they're going to need to install it, get the installation steps up. If there's a complex configuration in order to get started, get that configuration information live quickly. The other details can always wait. Here's one you might not think of, but organize your odds and ends. Don't make more work for yourself. I write a lot every day. Internal docs, customer-facing docs, sets of docs delivered to customers directly. I have notes, bits of docs, half-written docs, abandoned docs, you name it. But it is all completely perfectly organized on both Google Drive and my computer. So if someone asks about something, I know exactly where it is. And I title everything. There's no untitled documents hanging out in my Google Drive. If it exists, I can find it and I can search for it. I never have to write something over that I know I've written because I can't find it. Everything I've written is organized and searchable. Do yourself a favor and make sure that everything is organized. Otherwise, you will find yourself doing work over again. And then, finally, we have release notes. Here, we can make our process work for us. In an ideal world, you have, of course, been writing good pull requests. So there's very little to write here, right? This is something you can make easier with templates. Template everything. Template your commits. Template your pull requests. Then, once you collect info from all of your pull requests, this should ideally give you what you need for your release notes. Collect all this information and make it both usable and readable. If the information in your release notes isn't human readable or useful to your users, why would you bother with them? You don't have to go and write a whole clever paragraph. It doesn't have to be funny. I would advise you probably not to make it funny, but do give your users actual information. What issues have you closed? What security threats have been addressed? What bugs have you fixed? What new documentation have you written? Make sure that you tell your users what you've actually done in this newest release. One resource that I used a lot when coming up with this talk is a really fantastic book called The Product is Docs. It's by Christopher Gales and the Splunk documentation team. I highly recommend it to anyone writing documentation in pretty much any context. I got a lot out of this book and will definitely be referring to it across my work in various ways. So go ahead and check that book out. And that's it. That was a lot of information for a very short talk. So if you have questions, I would love to answer them either over in the Discord, or you can also find me on Twitter at aberg626. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Meese, and from 1995 to 97, I worked in an ISP who did the websites and e-commerce sites for the first Mission Impossible and Independence Day movies, and worked directly with Apple on some of their early e-commerce initiatives. I was first hired there as tech support, and I built out those great kind of CDs with things like WSFTP and Netscape Navigator and Gopher and Winsock and Archie, and I progressed my way up to be Unix system admin and then network admin. Now, during my time there, we had grown to take over 3 total floors in the building. The dubious decision was made to have myself and the support team run the new Cat5 cable, and then to let the contractors connect the cables to the wall outlets and then number them there. One of the many problems with this was whenever there were issues, we didn't know who was sitting where or what outlet was connected to which port on the patch panel. So the CTO decided that we should identify which patch panel port went to which outlet at each desk. The fact that this should have been done from the very beginning and by those of us actually running the wiring instead of the contractors was lost on him. It wasn't the first nor was it the last such example in my time there. Now, I mentioned this we, which of course meant me. I sat at my desk after hearing the news and mentally started calculating how long it was going to take me to use the tone generator on the roughly 75 connections across the floors in order to visit each outlet and map to each patch panel port. As I recall, I calculated it, and it would take roughly 8 to 10 hours to do it, meaning I was looking at least almost a day and a half being fully devoted. My 20-year-old attention span was not amused. So I remember sitting at my desk, in the desk chair, looking at the patch panels behind me, and I had what could only be described as a eureka moment. I reached up, unplugged one of the cables, leaned back in my chair, turned to face my desk, looked at the phone, and waited. Sure enough, I got a phone call. I reproduced that conversation as best as I can. You'll see there's Eudora, GeoCities, and eZines listed. I'll let you take the next few seconds to kind of marvel at the sheer genius. I had found the magical solution. Over the next roughly 2 hours, our building experienced what really could only be described as intermittent network outages, which affected everyone. In groups of 10, because I wasn't a monster, everyone needs to feel that sense of community over random times. I had successfully completed the task with the minimal amount of effort on my part, on the way implementing, without even knowing it, a few of the core principles that Emily Freeman lays out in her fantastic book, DevOps for Dummies, before they were a thing. So let's review them now. Instead of taking on the project all by myself, I efficiently roped others in. They unknowingly provided me with the legwork and allowed me to sit in the server room with my feet up, eating bonbons until the next group of people recognized they needed to join me in this project. I live in Kansas, so silos are a regular thing across the plains. And I can honestly say that as a result of this brilliant plan of mine, no new silos were created during my time there. I'd say that was a pretty successful endeavor. I holistically approached the problem by using all of the resources that were available to me. My chair was comfortable, the patch panels were behind me, the switches within easy reach, the telephone had a speakerphone, and I had a pen ready to write down the location with plenty of ink in it. I recognized the failure in not marking the locations when the wires were ran, which left me with a learning opportunity on how to automate. I also learned that a ballpoint pen was not nearly as effective as a Sharpie. So telephones. They used to be used to talk on, not text, take selfies, or do TikTok dances. So I used it. I communicated with multiple people over a few hours. They were all extremely thankful for my communication skills. I heard loud and clear that people were having issues with their internet connection. I took that feedback, I rolled it all up into actionable results by plugging their cable back in, and then I accepted that they were happy with the service that I had given them. And I'd say that was a very productive morning. The challenge with any project, be it software or building a deck, is how often you can repeat what you've just done, making any changes along the way, thus making way for the next sprint. I was able to take this 1 to 2 day process and turn it into a less than half a day success story by breaking it down into those groups of 10. And finally, automation. And this is where this 20-year-old in me really excelled. I was able to automate the manual process of going to 70 plus outlets in the building, down to never leaving my chair and having everyone in the building do the task for me. I dare say that was also a good example of teamwork. Now, of course, this was all in jest, not at all the correct application of DevOps principles, really a good way of working for anything or with anyone. would like to say that I've learned a few things since then about DevOps, and thank you for having me.
Hello, my name is Quintessence, and I'm here to talk to you today about sensory-friendly monitoring, or how to keep the noise down. It all starts a little like this, and it gets out of hand very quickly. So you can see here that there's Confluence and there's Slack and maybe some HR things like lunch trains and things, especially now that we're all kind of locked down, so people are making more and more Zoom socials, Slack socials, and so on. And this doesn't even count like status page, PagerDuty, etc., notifying you about actual issues in your environment. And all of this information just buries all of the high severity alerts in a sea of low priority notifications, right? You do not need to act on most of these right now. You get a notification that Confluence page was updated. You might not even need to do anything other than know that that happened. In order to accommodate that, you might start to mute individual notifications or their sources, and then you're not notified. And then it's quiet. But it's too quiet and you're not actually any less anxious. Your attention is not actually focused because you've made it quiet. It's not quiet because nothing's happening. It's quiet because you turn off the source of the noise. There is a better way to move forward. And let's talk a little bit about that. You need to be aware of the sources of your noise. Once you're aware of the source of your noise, you can categorize it and channel it into a productive workflow. And this really helps you know what you need to do. Like going back to those examples, is it a Slack notification that you need to take action on from a bot? Is it something that someone's just trying to ping you to get back to later, and so on? And then you need to create a routine around that clutter. And the reason for this is your brain is not meant to hold all this information. If you ever lived with another human, you might have found that you learned about whatever their passion is, despite never cracking a book or listening to a podcast about it, just because your brain is ingesting all of that information from the background noise. And the same is true of alerts. So when you don't reduce that noise, you're actually multitasking. You might not mean to be multitasking, but you are. And there are lots of studies that are actually around that show, even if we can kind of fake it till we make it through multitasking, we actually increase our error rates and we reduce our productivity, we decrease the end result of the task, and so on. And it's just not good for our brains. And let's go back to talking about sources of noise. So you can see here a rather minimalist infrastructure with, an Elasticsearch and a Confluence and some email and some PagerDuty and an infra and a code repository, but also as a person. And why is that person kind of hanging out over there? Because we actually create our own noise in our environment. So how often are we checking our email? How often are we engaging in social media, text messages, Google or Apple messages? Did you mute your Amazon Echo, or did you use headphones so that I can't actually accidentally activate the device from this talk? I won't. But the list goes on and on. So in order to go through all of these things, you need to set time to focus on your work and then mute those non-critical alerts. But you actually need to do it by communicating to friends and family as well. You need to let them know what a relevant emergency is so that they can know when to break into your focus time. So maybe you don't need to be notified in the before times of stopping to get milk on the way home, but you do need to know if someone's in the hospital. As for the infrastructure and the code bases and all the things that bring us here, there are false positives, negatives, fragile microservices, things that are flapping in the wind, and as well as anything that's just frequently notified. So you want to make sure that you're categorizing all of these different types of noise so that you can know what to do with them, right? Are you fixing things? Where do they need to go? Who needs to know it? How soon do they need to know it? And how do they need to know it, right? You don't want to be sending a notification to a platform that they're not even using or that they don't have license to access, right? So make sure that that noise is going where it needs to go and in the correct mechanism and with the correct volume. And you also want to make sure that you have just enough redundancy to switch if there's an outage. And that's what I'm referring to when I say a vacuum. So we started the new year with a rare but lengthy Slack outage, right? And it was nice. I'm not going to lie. It was nice, right? Not for Slack, hug up Slack, but for us, it was nice. But if that was our only source of noise, it wouldn't have been so good for us if we needed to switch to another endpoint and we could not. So Slack is normally reliable, but if a tool becomes less and less reliable, you need to make sure you know that. So how reliable are they? Are you checking? How much duplication is needed so that you know if you're going to get a notification when something is out, and can you switch? And for those alerts as they're triggered, was it needed? Was it resolved? Was it automatically, we'll say, resolved? Is it permanent? Right? If you've permanently fixed a condition that was alerting on, you might not need it any longer. You might not need that particular check any longer. So why leave it? Just delete it. If something is being done with automation, you want to alert on that automation instead. With that, all my slides are up on Notice. My name is Quintessence, and I'm a developer advocate at PagerDuty.
Most of us consider ourselves engineers, or at least many of us have that in our title. But oftentimes it can feel like we're more mechanics, people that are constantly fixing broken things, than engineers, people that are supposed to be designing and building new things. SLOs, or service level objectives, are a way to set goals for reliability. For example, my ISP has a service level agreement, an SLA, that they'll never be down for more than 24 hours in a month, 97% uptime. And if they violate that, they'll credit me some money back on my bill. Their engineers never want to come close to that. And so they set a goal, a service level objective, that they'll never be down for more than 12 hours in a month, 98% uptime. This is pretty straightforward, unless you work at a place like a buddy of mine. His team was consistently seeing 99% uptime. And so leadership thought, hey, that's great. Let's make that the new standard. The problem is that everybody forgets what's on the other side of the SLO, the error budget. Budget, that's a great word for it. And error budgets aren't that different from financial budgets. In my budget, I pay my rent, I pay my bills, I set aside some for savings, and then I often have some leftover cash every month. And so on cold nights like tonight, I'll start up a fire and I'll just throw it in there and let it burn. Oh my God, no, that is stupid. I use that money to buy new gear, to take my partner out for a nice meal, or spend it on other things that I really enjoy. But often that's how some people use their error budget. They'll spend some of it on unplanned incidents, and that's fine. But then the rest of it, they'll just throw away or let it burn. Error budgets were designed for innovation. They were intended to counterbalance the continual demand for ever-increasing reliability. They're there so that you can explore and have fun and take risks. I want you to be an innovator and not just a fixer. I want you to build a rocket ship and not just change the oil on the bus. Innovation isn't about radical new inventions. It's really about 4 things. 1, validate your assumptions. Our systems and applications are becoming more and more complex. Even as we try to simplify, we just create abstraction layers that mask greater and greater complexity. This means things operate and fail differently from how we expect them to. 2, reduce unknowns. When you're trying new things, whether it's a new technology or a new process, the things that you don't know vastly outnumber the things that you do. You need to discover and explore, not only to find the answers for the things that you don't know, but simply to identify those things that you don't know. Chaos engineering, intentionally injecting failure, is a great way to accomplish both of these things, validating your assumptions and reducing unknowns. 3, use your new understanding to improve what already exists. Innovation is largely about new perspectives leading to new approaches to solve old problems. 4, fail frugally. Nearly all innovations fail. But as Thomas Edison once said, I didn't fail. I just found 10,000 ways that didn't work. The faster and cheaper that you can fail, the less of your error budget you'll use. and the more you'll be able to try again. Ultimately, validating our assumptions, reducing unknowns, improving what already exists, and failing frugally will help you to strike the right balance, to avoid becoming overly fixated on reliability, and to allow you to innovate. And innovation, that's what engineers are supposed to do.
Hello, my name is Ryan Hillard, and I work for the U.S. Small Business Administration. This is Islands in the Sky, structuring AWS accounts for scalability. I'm going to tell you about our journey. So, what's an account? Well, someone just said, we're going to the cloud, and they handed you a credit card. It's really your initial entry point for using AWS, and it's also the highest level container for your cloud resources. And finally, it's a bucket for capturing costs. So our journey has been a long one over the last 5 years, and we've opened a lot of different accounts, and we even introduced the concept of a shared account in 2017. And I'm going to show you how that's gone so you can learn from us. So our strategy has 3 constraints to it. We're trying to balance developer productivity, resource security, and of course, operational efficacy. You're going to see how these 3 push and pull against one another. So you just open an account and you're going to hear a developer say, it took me 3 minutes to deploy my code to Lambda, but then 3 days to figure out how that code could actually run. And this is going to happen a certain number of times before you suddenly realize, oh, we're practicing DevOps. We've got great people. Let's trust them. And that normally means handing them unlimited access or */* access. And you're going to do that. But then you're going to go home and you're going to start thinking about it overnight. And you're going to realize that at the bottom of every mushroom cloud is that decision to give someone unlimited access or */*. So the first thing we did is we took our single account and we turned it into 2 accounts. We bisected it. We have a production account now where our administrators can do anything. And then we have a development account where our developers can do anything. And we protect data in each one accordingly. So your first project has been successful. And now someone comes to you and says, let's move more systems to the cloud. So you're at a fork in the road, and the next decision you make is very critical. So listen closely. So what we did is we added 2 accounts for the new system, and then we kind of followed that pattern of opening 2 more accounts for each system, letting our real data run in production, and then our more volatile environment run in development. Now you're going to quickly run into a management burden. For us, it was our security team asking, who has access to what? Where are all the logs? How do I audit system X? And for us, we solved that problem by introducing our first shared account, where we did things like replicate all the logs from our individual system accounts back to a central security one. And we let them do things like monitor and generate system inventories for each system. Now, this led to another management burden, which was I suddenly realized I had like 45 soft tokens on my phone for all of our AWS accounts, and I started to worry about meteorite insurance. Meteorite insurance being what happens if I get hit by a meteorite. So this led to us opening our second shared account, our management account. And we consolidated all of our users to a single IAM, so less tokens. And we kind of reduced the management burden by doing this. We streamlined our operations. So we finally opened a third account, our training account. But this is essentially what our account structure looks like. If before it felt unwieldy when we didn't have shared accounts, adding these 3 made it so that we felt like we could scale forever. So here's what these 3 do. Management, centralized identity, and shared images. Security, aggregated logs, unified monitoring, and inventory. And then for training, we use that for learning cloud or teaching cloud and also practicing security. So I want to stop and make an observation here, which is a lot of people are going to say, well, we're just going to use a tagging strategy to track how our systems are built. These never, ever work. And someone's going to quickly come by and want to know how much are things costing. Well, this account structure is advantageous because it gives us a clean breakdown of how much we're spending on enterprise costs for those shared accounts, and then how much we're spending for each individual system. So, in summation, remember, you want to empower your developers, you want to limit your blast radius with an account strategy, and finally, you want to streamline your understanding of your cloud infrastructure so you can maximize efficacy. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention any of the AWS services that are built for cross-account access. These are them: organizations, single sign-on, security hub, and control tower. They all will make you more effective. And the first one you should start with is, what's an organization? An organization is the first governance service you should adopt because it lets you define policies and start to think critically about how your cloud deployment is being done across accounts. My name is Ryan Hillard. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. If you're interested in seeing how we evolve, you can go check out the reference architecture repository in our GitHub. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Mofi. I'm a developer advocate at IBM focusing on Kubernetes and container services. This talk is a bit ironic for me to give because in my day-to-day job, most of the time I try convincing people to use Kubernetes. The first thing is, want does not equal to need. So if your team wants Kubernetes, there is nothing I can say to convince you otherwise. But I will try to convince that you probably don't need Kubernetes just yet. Always ask why. Why do you need Kubernetes? Oftentimes the answer is that your team wants to leverage microservices. Then ask, why microservices? Because done poorly, microservices can lead to something even worse than a monolith. A distributed monolith. It is when you have your application work just as a monolith, but over a network. Now you have the worst of both worlds. Your application is slow to change, but it's also hard to monitor and debug. We normally think in monoliths, in big pictures. It is very hard for us to understand a problem when it's disjointed and solved over many small composable parts. It is almost always easier to start with a monolith. In technology, we often create solutions for problems we ourselves have created. We created microservices to solve the problems of monolith. Then we created containers to solve the problems of microservices. We are creating Kubernetes to solve the problems of this container management. Where in the future, we're talking about service mesh, serverless, and we're going to keep on going that route. One thing almost all of us fail to remember is that Kubernetes is a very complex system. Your team will need a longer ramp-up time to understand all the moving part and complexities of Kubernetes. It does not make sense to fit our problem into a solution. Rather, if we were to spend our time into understanding our problem and finding a solution that would be best suited for that problem, we can come up with something better. We will never future-proof ourselves 100%. By the time we are done with Kubernetes and understanding all its complexities, something new or better might come out. What are you going to do then? Drop everything we have done with Kubernetes and move to this new system? That does not make sense. Kubernetes will not magically make our deployment and application faster. New does not automatically mean better, and just because it's useful does not mean it's going to be useful for the problem we are trying to solve. At this point in this talk, you might be wondering, if not Kubernetes, then what? I actually haven't given you any alternative to Kubernetes just yet, and I'm not going to. Because it's not a simple answer as that, oh, use this other than Kubernetes and your life will be better. I'm going to try to give you some pointers, though, that can make you think about your problem a little bit differently. Building a culture of communication and open collaboration is going to take you further than any tool. Just by moving to Kubernetes, you're not going to find the discipline you never had in the first place. From code to infrastructure, anything that can be automated should be automated. Just by moving to Kubernetes, your traditional CI/CD problem doesn't just go away. If you don't have a way to do this now, you won't have it with Kubernetes either. Test everything, and I don't just mean unit tests. Test everything from your infrastructure to your code. You should be confident enough on your test, so if something passes local tests, It should just work on prod. No amount of Kubernetes can save you from bad architecture. You can keep throwing money at the problem, and vendors will be more than happy to keep selling you solutions. At the end of the day, you have to realize a tool like Kubernetes can only take you so far. Reevaluate your motivation. Why do you want to go to Kubernetes? Is it for learning Kubernetes as a system? Then go for it. Kubernetes is a great system to learn. But if you're trying to solve a problem, then understand what you are solving and how Kubernetes fits into that picture. It's not like Kubernetes gives you a solution and how you can mold your problem to use Kubernetes. When you have done all the homework and now understand your problem and understand why you need Kubernetes, Kubernetes will be here, or something similar will. When that time comes, you'll know. To recap, ask why. Understand the problem you're solving, and follow DevOps basics like automation and cultural changes into your org. Finally, I would like to finish with this quote from Albert Einstein. What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's Ashton Ronizia here, and huge thanks to the DevOpsDays Texas crew for welcoming me to do this talk today on drawing DevOps, the good, the bad, and the Kubernetes. So let's get on it. Since 2017, I've drawn 220 graphics over 19 events, which equals 7,700 minutes, 128 hours, and so on. So as you can imagine, I've heard a lot of things over these events. And DevOps Days Toronto was the first tech event I ever did, and which now contributes to a huge portion of my professional career, which 81% of that being within the tech space. So huge thank you. I remember going to the DevOps Days Toronto, and I was on the plane. I had downloaded some talks from previous events, and I remember just thinking, oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into? I was terrified to go to that event. I think it worked out okay, but it was scary. So I'm just going to talk about some things that you like and you don't like from what I've heard. You're really funny about shapes. So you really like things like an infinity sign and a container, but you really don't like things that might represent a wall or a silo. Remember the very first time I ever drew a Kubernetes wheel, and I only drew 6 spokes, and someone at the event came up and informed me, and I was so grateful to that person, but so embarrassed at the same time. So sorry, Kubernetes wheel. Another thing about Kubernetes is that we use it as a verb, as an adjective, as a noun in our home. My husband has no idea what it is, and I try to explain it to him as much as I can, but so this is something that he said to me on the weekend. You're not going to want to go in there because it smells like Kubernetes. So it's like an ongoing joke in my home. You seem to really like dark mode, and I just want to acknowledge anybody in the virtual room today that might be afraid of the dark. I just want to say I see you. I feel for you if you're afraid of the dark and you're always wanting to go into dark mode. You're also talking about shifting left all the time, but what about shifting right? It must be so lonely. Right must be such a lonely place to be. So here's my little guy just feeling sad that no one ever talks about shifting right. One of the most common graphics that I tend to draw, other than like, a computer, other techie things, is a unicorn, which I would have never thought going into this. That would be one of my most popular drawings. So would love to have a conversation about that. Another thing that you seem to like to talk a lot about is being woken up in the middle of the night and talking about something being on fire. So rightfully so, I wouldn't want to be woken up in the middle of the night with someone telling me something was on fire too. So I totally respect that. But something you like to talk a lot about. Another thing that you mention a lot is baking things into things. So that seems to be a pretty common thing that I draw, as well as breaking. So baking and breaking. So it will break eventually is what I tend to hear. A few other things that you seem to like and not like. You really like feedback loops, you like happy customers, and you like hashtag all the things. Things that you're not a huge fan of is waterfall anymore, bugs, and technical debt, which is totally understandable. One thing that you seem to collectively agree on over and over is DevOps is really about people, processes, and tools in that order, and that we shouldn't focus on tools, and that's why it's third on the list. So I seem to be able to agree on that. Some controversy, though, around DevSecOps, and if you're really doing DevOps right, then security should already be in there. So it really, should we call it DevSecOps or should it just be DevOps? And anyway, so we need to figure that out. Another thing is around human error. I heard a lot about that in the last year, that there's no such thing as human error, and it's just really about the processes. So maybe there's something else to have a conversation about. One of my favorite stories was from DevOps Days Toronto, actually, in 2018, about Shopify and how they were making sure that things didn't break or go down during Black Friday. And one of the developers had a chicken cam from his home, so they sat around and watched their chickens while they waited for things to break. Ultimately, I really feel for you. You know, when people in my circle say, you know, that things broke or something was down, I just think, oh, that poor person on call being woken up at 3 a.m. So I have a lot of respect for you. But ultimately, isn't DevOps just about getting along? So that's just one big question to answer. Can't we all just get along already? That would be lovely. Thank you so much for coming to this talk. Really, really grateful to not just DevOps Days Texas, but certainly them, but everybody in the DevOps Days space. Y'all amazing, and I appreciate you so much. And yeah, just so grateful to be a part of the community. Follow me on Twitter, mine's ICCF. Would love to have you, as well as a thank you for coming to this talk and checking it out. I would love to send you a sticker, a surprise one based on this talk, so it might be something from this talk, who knows. Send me an email with your mailing address at order@MindsEyeCreative, and I'll get that in the mail for you soon. All right, thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of DevOps Days Texas.
Next up in our program, I'm pleased to welcome Nigel Brown, a developer advocate at IBM. Nigel is a developer advocate for IBM Cloud based in Austin, Texas. Originally from South Carolina, he was drawn to the craft of software engineering because of the agency it provides people to create and interact with worlds of their own creation. He focuses on cloud-native technologies like containers, Kubernetes, and OpenShift. His passions in technology are community building, high-performance computing, and free and open software and hardware. So we are very pleased to welcome Nigel to the virtual podium here in Austin, Texas, and he's going to be talking about a developer's introduction to containers. Nigel, take it away.
What's up, y'all? And welcome to a developer's introduction to containers. My name is Nigel Brown. I'm a developer advocate, joining you from a space that looks a lot like John Oliver's Void with a couple more things in it. And I'm very excited to share with you my love and passion for containers. Now, to a lot of people, it seems like containers are this new technology that just popped up out of nowhere. One day we're deploying our applications on bare metal, and then everyone's talking about, oh, we need to put it in a container and microservices and orchestration and Kubernetes and OpenShift and all of these other buzzwords that seem overwhelming. But what I'm hoping to accomplish with this talk is to distill everything down to what a container is at its core, where it came from, and why we might want to be using them in our own productions. Now, I've prepared a repository for us that's going to have some of the same things that I'm saying distilled down into a more easy to consume method, as well as an exercise that we're going to work through in order to accomplish 3 objectives. The first, you'll be able to understand what containers are and how they came onto the scene. The second, you'll be able to containerize an application and run that container locally. And the third, you'll be able to deploy your container image to a remote registry. What you're going to need to be able to do that, in addition to the repository, is an installation of Docker on your local machine, as well as an account on Docker Hub. I'm going to share with you the repository now. So I'll put the link on the screen, but it is, for those of you who are listening, github.com/pnbrown/containers-intro. github.com/pnbrown/containers-intro. And let's get started. So the first part, what are containers and how did they get here? What I want you to think about before we talk about containers is what a process is. And we can see processes abstracted by looking at a task manager in Windows or the activity monitor in Mac. But what I'm talking about is a level below, which is what makes those bigger applications run. All of the different threads, all the different processes that are happening underneath that allow our applications to have life, to run on our machines. And you can see some of it, like if you open a terminal and type top into bash, you can see at any given moment all of the processes that you have access to in that space. What is a process? So that we're working from a common definition, I borrowed from Michael Karisk, the Linux programming interface. It says, put most simply, a process is an instance of an executing program. Processes are the entities among which the kernel must share the various resources of the computer. That's it. Now, when you think containers, the 2 words that I want to come to mind for you are process isolation. And the reason that I would like for that to happen is because a container is a process or group of processes running in isolation. We're able to compartmentalize these applications. We're able to compartmentalize these processes so that they only see what's necessary for them to run. They have what appears to them as their own operating system with minimal overhead so that we can do a bunch of these on one machine. We're able to do this by leveraging 2 features of the Linux kernel. Let me go back. We're able to do this by leveraging many features of the Linux kernel, but I want to draw your attention to 2. Now, this talk isn't like, by the end of it, you're not going to understand everything about containers and how they work, but at least you'll have a working understanding and be able to go and look for the right things. You'll know the right things to search for as you're looking to go deeper. So the 2 that we're going to focus on for this talk are namespaces and C groups. Now, again, referring to the man page so that we have a common definition for what a namespace is. A namespace wraps global system resources in an abstraction that makes it appear to the process within the namespace that they have their own instance of the resource. A metaphor I like for this concept is apartments in an apartment building. Utilities come into the apartment building, but it appears to each apartment that they have their own instance of them. Now, what resources am I talking about? I'm talking about resources like PIDs, our process IDs, the counter that tells us which process, that gives our process a number. I'm talking about the network, devices, ports. I'm talking about mount points. And the reason that these are important is because what does it mean for a process to have its own isolation, to have its own operating system? Well, when we're able to use this mount feature of the namespace, we're able to mount to it a different file system that it works from for its root directory. So it gives it all of the system files, all of the libraries that it needs to be able to replicate an operating system. And it gives it all of the access to ports to be able to map its own ports and to be able to count its own processes. So like when we spin up a process on our machine, we might see that it's numbered in the many hundreds or thousands, But when we do it in a container, we'll often see that that process is 1 or 2, and that would be not realistic to expect for our laptops when we spin up a new process. But in a container, we can tell it that to it and everything else that it can see, it's number 1. It's the only thing that's running in this space. And that gives us the security of our processes only being able to see and interact with the things that we specifically allow it to. Now, the other feature of the Linux kernel that I wanted to draw your attention to was C groups. And for a common definition, from the man page, control groups, usually referred to as C groups, are a Linux feature which allow processes to be organized into hierarchical groups whose usage of various types of resources can then be limited and monitored. And this gives us that added benefit of being able to see how much each container is consuming so that we can do things like optimize them, but also we can prevent our containers from overrunning our host systems. We can make sure that we always have enough resources at any given time to manage all of the workloads that need to run. That's what our C groups allow us to do, and that's why in conjunction with namespaces, they are probably the most important features that we need to consider as we're working through, or as we're working to understanding what containers are and how they work. So one use of C groups is assigning a maximum amount of resources that each group can allocate to ensure that the critical system processes always have the resources that they need. Now, let's talk a little bit about the how. Like, how did containers show up? Where did they come from? And they're not a particularly new technology. They fall under a class of virtualization called operating system level virtualization. It's possible that you're already familiar with some other iteration of this technology. We'll touch on some of the highlights. The first point that I usually bring up is this attempt to get isolation by changing the root directory of a process, of a group of processes. And that is the ch root, which can be found in Unix from 1982. So this idea of process isolation is something that we've been iterating on since then. And then the next point that I usually bring up is a commercial offering of operating system level virtualization with Virtuoso in 2000. And then the next point that I think is important is Solaris in 2005, bringing up this concept of zones. And this is where it appears that the terminology for container came from. And then the next important point is anecdotally where I find a lot of engineers have had their first interaction with containers, what they call Linux containers, or LXC, which came onto the scene in about 2008. So when Docker came in 2013, they weren't inventing a new technology called containers. They were packaging these tools and making it easier for us to use and creating an ecosystem around them. In fact, before Docker had its own runtime, it was relying on LXC to make the container part work. It was packaging it in a way that made it easier for us as developers to use. Now, they wrote their own implementation and they packaged it into a library called libcontainer, and they donated it to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation to form the Open Container Initiative. And that's what allows us to have easier adoption of them, because when we're talking from the Open Container Initiative specification, we can then swap out engines and runtimes and have expected results, have predictable results by being able to rely on a standard of how we build, how we run, and how we architect our containers. And so this Docker may not be the only engine that you ever interact with. The first one that I interacted with was called Singularity, because I was dealing with containers in a high performance computing space. But there are also engines like Podman. And each one has different features that are optimized for different things. And it'd be a good experiment to check out different container engines and figure out which ones work best for you and for your use cases. And that'll bring us to part 2 of the exercise, where we want to containerize our application and run it locally. So I'm going to switch views here, and I'm going to put the link up again for the repository, because this is the part where we're actually going to be working through some instructions in the repo. And that link is github.com/pnbrown/containers-intro. And let's pull it up here on the screen for you. So I've got my terminal on the left side, and I have the instructions on the right side. And there's going to be a little bit of explanation here. First things first, got to give a huge shout out to my friend Mofi, our friend Mofi. If you don't know Mofi, definitely look him up. He's amazing. And he made this application that we're going to be using today. So the way that it works is that it greets a website visitor by name and then provides them a quote of the day. After containerizing, you're strongly encouraged to customize this application. Neither of us are front-end web developers. And I think when you see the application, you'll understand why I say that and hopefully give you the freedom to be able to go explore on your own. So the first thing that we're going to do is clone the repository. And I'm just going to copy and paste this code into the terminal. And now that I have my repo, I'm going to change in that directory. And we're going to look at what's included in there. So we chose Python as an accessible language for participants. There are 4 files that comprise the application. We've got the hello.py, we've got the quotes.txt, the requirements.txt, and the templates view.html, which contain our web server, lists of quotes, dependencies, and web page, respectively. When a user visits a site at our root URL, they'll see text defined in our hello.py server. If they then append /hello/ their name, they will get to a page defined in the templates view HTML, which will show them a random quote from quotes.txt. If you have a local Python 3 installation and you want to run the application before containerizing, you may do so by following the steps after navigating to the project directory, which we've done. So we want to install the dependencies, which is Flask. I already have Flask installed, but I'm going to run it, well, I don't have to run it because I already have it installed. So I'm just going to do Python hello py, Python hello py. And then the Flask server comes up. And so then I come to my browser, I navigate to localhost /hello/Nigel. And I get this page. The only way, hello Nigel, here's an interesting quote for you. The only way to do great works is to love what you do. I love talking to you about containers, and hopefully that makes this talk great, but I will let you be the judge. But as we refresh the page, we'll get a different quote. And we can see in the browser that it's showing a 200 for each time I do this. So I'm going to close that, and I'm going to stop our application. That's what our application looks like when it's running on our machine, not in a container, just running a Python file. So let's get back to the top here. Now, what I want us to do is to write a Docker file from scratch. So I've got a Docker file in the directory, and when I add it out, there's nothing there. What we're going to do is construct this line by line, and we're going to talk about what each line does. So in the world of containers, it's helpful to know the difference between a container, an image, and a registry. We mentioned earlier that a container is a process or group of processes running in isolation, but what about when the processes aren't running? Containers are built from a set of instructions. Container images are built from a set of instructions. Commonly, the instructions are contained in a text file called a Docker file. From these instructions are built an image. Images are stored in registries until they're ready to be run. You can think of an image as a recipe and the required ingredients, and the container as our cooked meal, while the registries would be the cookbooks in which we keep our recipes. So now let's gather our ingredients and write our recipe. You're going to need to edit the empty Docker file in the root directory. Please feel free to use a text editor of your choice. I'm going to use, well, I'm not going to say because I don't want to start any, I'm not starting anything. I'm just going to use my text editor. So container images are created in modular layers. Generally, each line in a Docker file creates a new layer that builds upon the one immediately preceding it. The unique hash for each layer is then calculated and cataloged. In practice, this speeds up subsequent container builds because the modular layers contained in our images are reused whenever possible. This means that the first builds will generally take some time, but each subsequent build completes much faster. Further, you should ensure that the lines of the Docker file most likely to change are toward the bottom to ensure speedy builds. Docker will only rebuild the image from the line that changed to the end of the file. So the first line of Docker files usually define the base image. We're using the one created by the Python organization that uses the Alpine operating system. So we'll have this line from Python Alpine 3.7. Okay, and then we go, oops, and we'll go to our next line. The second line creates and sets our working directory for the image for any of the subsequent adding, copying, or running of files. So this sets the context for when we start doing the copying and running. So let's set that work directory to /app. Oops. Try that again. Copy. Paste. Cool. Okay. The third line copies our requirements into our working directory. So that requirements.txt file. The fourth line installs our dependencies that Python will need. By using the image that Python organization created, we can ensure that everything Python needs to run is already a part of our image. So Python's already installed into this image that we pulled, the Alpine image at the beginning. So we're just going to run this pip install because it's going to understand what pip means. And then we're going to copy the rest of our current directory into the working directory so we can access all of our files once the container is running. So I'm just going to grab that here. And then we're going to expose a port because we need to access a file or access our website, and we need to expose a port for it to do that. And this is a part of that namespace conversation we're having before. To the process running in the container, it thinks that it's exposing port 80, but your host system could not care less which port you use. So what we're going to do when we actually run our container is map it to a port. We're going to take some unused port on our host system and map it to port 80 in the container. So the container is just doing what it does. Like there's no more, it works on my machine. It works on whatever machine you put it on, with the architecture caveat. You have to build the container for the architecture that you're using. But typically you won't run into that unless you're doing things like on an architecture that's not like x86. So let's copy this expose line, which I did not do. So let's try that again. Copy this expose line. Okay. And then we're going to, these seventh and eighth lines, they're going to work together. This entry point in command. So the seventh line determines the entry point for the running container. After the container is built, it runs the entry point command. Ours will be Python. So whenever the container is built, we want it to say Python. And then what happens after that is the command is passed. But the command can be overwritten by whatever's done in the command line. So like by calling the container, you can add an argument to that call that will overwrite the command. So just when you're constructing your containers, be aware of that. So we're going to copy in our seventh and eighth lines, which are entry point Python and command hello.py. And that's the instructions for building our container image. If for some reason yours did not work, you can copy and paste this completed Docker file here, or there is a completed Docker file in the safety directory at the top level that you can use. So with that, I'm gonna exit Vim, and we're gonna move on to building our Docker image. That was our recipe. We wrote the recipe for our container, and now we need to assemble the ingredients through the building of the container image. The Docker engine will go line by line of our Docker file and assemble it. If you have an account on Docker Hub, please use that when you name your image. You should use the tag for version control. Choose whatever versioning or tag makes sense for you. I'm gonna run this command, docker build -t because we're adding a tag. PN Brown is my name on Docker, and I'm gonna call this DevOpsDays Texas DDT 1.0. And then the ever important argument that is usually missed, and I'm saying it out loud so that I don't miss it this time, adding the period to say where we're building. We need to pass a directory for Docker to build. And I will often run this command and forget the period. not this time. And we set off our build. That didn't take that long. But what I want to draw your attention to is why didn't it take that long is because I've built this container before. So if you look at, I'm pointing with my hand and not with the mouse. If you look at this line here and the 2 lines under it, you'll see that it says cached. So I've built this application before. These layers are already cached, so it doesn't have to go run them again. It just pulls them from the cache on our machine. So instead of taking the time to run these commands, it took 0 seconds. So our container built relatively quickly. So let's run our image locally. Now that we've built our image, we can run it locally and see our processes running in isolation. We need to map that port we exposed in our Docker file to one that's not currently in use by our system. I often use port 4567 because it's easy for me to remember, and that's reflected in the command below. The -p flag handles the port mapping in the form of host port : container port. Additionally, you can use the -d flag to run the container in the background or in detached mode. So let's go ahead and do our run command. So I'm going to docker run -p 4567 80 pn-brown /bdt version 1.2. All right, great. So now our application is running again on port 80. So let's go localhost port 80 hello /Nigel. What happened? Unable to connect. This is what I was talking about with the port mapping. The container thinks it's running on port 80. We know that it's not. We know it's running on port 4567. So what we need to do is do the same command to that port and not to port 80. So if we do that, 4567. Oh, bad request version. That doesn't sound good. Ah, there we go. I think it was because it's not HTTPS. Okay. Yeah, and we can refresh the page again and get our application running. So note to self and to future versions of this talk, do not use HTTPS when you're connecting to localhost. Yeah, this is the same application that we had before, but now it's running in our container as opposed to running on our local machine. So when we take this container and share it, when other people try to use our container image, we know that what they see here is what we see is what they'll see. And the way that we're going to do that, so we're going to go here to part 3, accomplishing our third objective. Let me clear this out. Our third objective was to deploy our image to a remote registry. So when we built our container, it gets stored in the local container registry on our machine. We can see all the images currently in our local registry, our cookbook for our metaphor before, with the Docker images command. I don't think anything embarrassing is in here. Yeah, some Kubernetes stuff, some Hello World stuff. All good. Cool. Great. Not embarrassing at all. That's what I have in my local registry, but I want to push it to Docker Hub. So I'm going to run my login command. And it's because it already has my credentials and it's going to succeed with the login. And then I'm just going to push, similar to how we might push with Git. We're going to do docker push pn-brown /bdt version 1.0. And it's going to push our image up in layers. Great. So now our image is pushed and we can check that. You could then run docker pull pn-brown, because it's a public registry, pn-brown /ddt 1.0. But I already have a version of it locally. But we can already, yeah, image is already up to date, so they didn't need to pull it from there. But we can check in hub.docker.com. I just pushed this up a few seconds ago. So yeah, that was the 3 objectives that we had. we learned about what containers are and where they came from, how they came on the scene. We took an application that we had running locally on our machine, containerized it, ran it again locally on our machine, and then we took that container image that we made, pushed it to a remote repository, and saw it upload to Docker Hub. So hopefully this was helpful for you. Please feel free to reach out with any questions about containers if there's anything that was unclear, if you're looking for further material on the topic. But thank you so much for joining. I hope you have a great rest of your DevOps Days Texas. Bye, y'all. Keep taking care of each other. Stay safe.
Next up to the virtual podium here at DevOps Days Texas 2021 is Mandi Walls, DevOps advocate at PagerDuty. Mandi Walls is a DevOps advocate on the community and advocacy team. Before joining PagerDuty, Mandi spent a number of years at Chef's Software, working with customers and community members in the US and Europe. Originally a large-scale systems administrator, Mandi has focused on IT automation, organizational culture and change, and community. We're delighted Mandi could make it here to DevOps Days Texas for her talk, On Call Best Practices. Mandi, take it away.
Okay, welcome to this session. It is best practices for on-call teams, and I am Mandi Walls. I'm a DevOps advocate at PagerDuty. If you would like to get in touch with me or anything else there, I am LNXCHK on Twitter, and I am mwalls at pagerduty.com. You can email me there as well. So what are we going to talk about? Oh, we're going to talk about the dreaded on-call. Oh my goodness. In the most basic sense, right? What are we actually talking about when we talk about on-call? We are describing a state in which some of your employees are available to be notified for unplanned incidents or alerts or issues for some number of systems in their off hours. So your on-call may also alert during the workday. You might have that going on, but the part that people worry about is what happens in the evening or overnight when they would like to be doing something that isn't work, right? So before lots of folks had access to mobile internet, we had these old things called pagers, right? And they were maybe you had one assigned to you, maybe your team passed one around so that people could get in touch with you. That's where PagerDuty sort of gets its name, right? One of the ones I had back in the day, I inherited it from someone else, and they had subscribed to a bunch of news alerts. So I get this thing, and the first couple of days it's going off all the time. And it's not work stuff. They had decided they wanted news on. That's the most ridiculous thing ever. So yeah, pagers were a thing, but now we are really just talking about on call and what that rotation looks like and what kind of practices will make it less insane for your employees. So why do we do this, right? We want to get the subject matter experts engaged in solving a problem as fast as possible, right? Whatever the alert is, it might be something minor, it could be something major. We want the people who are best able to fix it to be the ones who are first contacted to actually fix it. We don't necessarily know, exactly what's going to happen when code hits production and when it gets exposed to the crazy things that users might do, right? So while we may have expected folks to go through one workflow, maybe they like something else, and it brings up unexpected behaviors and things like that. Or it could just be a back-end dependency is slow or unavailable. But somebody who knows the most about these things are the ones you really want responding to the issues so that they can fix them as fast as possible. Our customers really now assume that most services will be up and running all the time, not just during business hours, but if they want to do something in the middle of the night. In addition to those expectations, you have a lot more complexity, right? You have distributed services versus monoliths. You have things in the cloud versus things on premises or in managed environments or whatever. So there's lots of new things going on and lots of new information to absorb and learn about if you're going to be the person responsible for solving these alerts. So with your on-call, you're really looking to bring the subject matter experts at the beginning of the incident, and you want to mobilize the right people at the right time. And we'll talk more about some of the goals and other things that teams have, but that's really the crux of the issue. And this has become even more important over the past year as more and more interactions with customers have become, completely online in some cases, right? You're no longer going to the bank to talk to a teller or, a lot of those things on a regular basis. More stuff is being digitized. And we see this a lot more, especially over the past year in healthcare with telemedicine and in education, right? Because kids didn't get to go to school a whole lot. So Our modern consumers really expect all that convenience. They expect speed. They want personalized services on all of their digital applications. So for anybody who's hoping to remain competitive, it's really important that you're going to ship the right features to the right people, and everything happens at the right time and is then always up and available once folks are using it. So we're looking at changing some practices from where things used to be to really being more responsive to what customers are doing. So who ends up going on call? Back in the old days, and for some organizations still, you have application team takes their code, it's passed its test, they package it up, they set it in a repository, and maybe they give the operations team some instructions on how to install it. Maybe they don't, who knows? Maybe there's some additional run books or other little pieces on how to start and stop the service. Maybe there aren't. And the actual things that are happening inside the application are a mystery to everybody except the people who wrote the thing, right? So it causes no end of issues with actually successfully running applications in production environments. And the hard part there is, when your code is in a repository, it's not doing anything. It's not providing any value. It's not an asset at that point until you get it out in front of customers and it can be part of your revenue generation apparatus, right? You want it to be out there making you money. So that important part of dealing with things when you're getting them into production is where we want to go to it. So while it's possible that your team might have, your organization might have marketing and PR folks that could also be on call, as if there's an issue, you don't want to do a marketing push or that kind of run ads. We're going to talk mostly about what it means for technical folks who have not been on call before, right? So more teams are exploring DevOps and SRE models. You get a wider range of individual contributors who really, this might be their first opportunity to be on call, and they're finding themselves with, responsibilities that they didn't have before. So the most impactful change, like I said, is application development teams are playing, a larger role, a more key role in, dealing with the day-to-day care and feeding of the applications that they work on once they get into production. So having, your team be on call has a lot of actual benefits, right? Like my background's in systems administration, and there was a whole lot of stuff that, it would come up and I'm like, I can't fix this. I'm going to have to find an application engineer anyway, because, it's not the disks, it's not the system, and it's not the backend dependencies that I can see, and there's nothing in the logs, but it's just not working. So who do I call, right? So I'm going to start calling everybody, right? But you want to know exactly when to be available, who to call when there's an issue, and what you're going to be called for, right? So you want these explicit directives for your team so that they know exactly what's expected of them, right? So putting all this down in a codified schedule really helps, get to that sort of practice. But also, if you happen to be the person on the team who I'm always going to call because I know you're going to answer me, and I'm going to say, look, Brian, I know it's Friday night at 9:30, but I need you to look at this. And he's like, I'm at the movie theater. Who else do I call next, right? So no more of that. We look at an on-call rotation. One thing that then helps as you're, putting these practices together is, the communication inside your team for dealing with all of these issues, right? And one thing we recommend is a handoff meeting. So at the end of an on-call shift, the person going off call talks to the team and to the person coming on call and saying, hey, here's some ongoing issues. Here's what we saw last week. This particular service gave us trouble a couple of times. We think we have it fixed, but maybe not. Be on the lookout for it. Or, maybe there are, a backend dependency that's having some issues. So you've turned off that feature for a while. All those kinds of things that the living system is reacting to when there's an issue. So the purpose of the handoff is really to make sure that your incoming responder has all of the information and context for the current state of the environment. So you can talk about recent deployments. You might talk about unresolved incidents. You might talk about queued work from prior incidents, things that are being, prioritized to fix something permanently. You might talk about changes to docs or to access or to et cetera. And you might talk about important staff changes or contact updates for your vendors or for other teams that you interact with, right? So all those kinds of things that change the state and the environment that you're working in. Other things to think about, equipment. Prior to last year, this was maybe a bigger deal than it is for a lot of folks now, but you know, the pandemic was really an accelerator for, you know, giving people the ability to work from home. So that's all part of it, a laptop and some kind of access to the internet and maybe backup access for things. You might encourage folks to like take a backup of any repositories that you might have that has your scripts and your tools and all those kinds of things in it, just in case your repository is offline when they're responding to an incident. So thinking about all those things. And then you really want to create a checklist for your team, right? You don't want them to be called at 3 o'clock in the morning and then find out that they have to like call the help desk at 3:15 to get access to something. So making sure that everybody has a local copy of your repos, they've configured all their environments, they have current credentials for anything third party. Maybe you have it in a shared password service. Maybe everybody needs VPN access or passwords and permissions to environments and all of those things, right? Overall, nothing really should be hidden from folks, especially for monitoring dashboards. We know how people are with their stuff. But you know, just making sure that everybody has this before they go on call in the first place. Hopefully it's part of your new team onboarding to make sure this whole list is applied to any new service or any new person who joins your team. But not everybody does that. So something to think about. And then you want to establish some team norms, right? Especially for folks that are coming into this on-call thing and having never done it before, they probably have in their mind like the horror stories that they've been told, or maybe they were responsible for a horror story in a past job, right? But make sure that folks know what their actual responsibilities are, because they're not there to be the superhero. They don't have to solve every single incident by themselves, right? That's not what this is. You know, you're looking at the process being sort of triage, mobilize, resolve, and prevent. And they'll have some part to play in all of those things, right? If they come into the triage and say, you know what, this is being caused by a back end, we need to escalate to that team, great. If they get in there and they can triage and they can resolve some things, also great, right? So making sure that folks know the sort of the boundaries of their responsibilities and the things that they are going to be responsible for solving. And when you have interconnected distributed systems, you're going to have times where your problem is being caused by somebody else's stuff. So you want to be able to escalate to that team. You want to know, you know, who can help you find the right team to initiate that response with, and those kinds of things as well. So there's a lot of communication that happens, and a lot of you know, just kind of, you know, inner team hygiene, knowing who's responsible for what and how to get in touch with them. Things that then aren't your responsibility, right? So you don't want to promote the hero culture. You don't want anybody to be an on-call martyr, right? They don't have to solve absolutely everything that comes through. If it's not even something that's, you know, super important to the users, you delay it to business hours, right? That's a fine solution for things overnight. You don't also need to sit on every incident. You don't have to be a bystander for everything. You can sign up for stakeholder notifications and say, okay, let me know when this is fixed. I'll double check our services, but I don't have to sit here for hours and watch you, you know, reboot all of your Cassandra or whatever else you're doing. We also don't want to spend every waking moment on alerts. I'm not going to sit and refresh that alerts page over and over and over again. That's why I signed up for SMS alerts or for alerts on my PagerDuty app, so that you're being pushed the things that are important and not constantly checking and only living inside that alerting app. And you also aren't going to be responsible for regular workload, right? So on call is work. It's unplanned work, but it is still work. So your on-call folks cannot produce at the same level as the folks who are not on call. So if you have a 2-week sprint and a 1-week on call, those engineers that are on call that week are not fully participating in your 2-week sprint for half of it, right? So their workload, regular workload, should be decreased so that they have time to appropriately respond to all the incidents. Maybe then there's, you know, downstream work from them that has to be done. They can participate in the postmortems. You also probably don't want them, you know, being scheduled for interviews and all the extra stuff that comes in that you know, normally they'd be happy to participate in, but they just don't have time when they're on call. That is totally a legitimate thing. You also want to make switching your shifts easy, right? We don't want any horror stories like you get from retail or from food service where somebody has to find their own shift coverage and all these horrible things. just don't, right? Like part of your team norms is, we know what the schedule is. Here's how far out we know. If you need to switch it. Don't even need manager approval or something, along that lines. If you have, emergencies that come in, here's your process. Contact the backup, contact the manager, and then you're off, right? That kind of thing. No one wants to be sitting in the ER with their laptop trying to answer, issues. And then looking at, the sort of on-call culture thing, right? We talk about empathy in the context of a lot of things when it comes to managing distributed and complex services. There's a lot of stuff that any given day, all of us are learning, and it's important to, have some empathy for your team and for everyone involved in the entire process. You want to, make sure individuals feel empowered to make decisions. They want to be able to make them quickly. They want to remediate without fear of reprisal or, being fired for, making a wrong decision in the heat of the moment or anything like that. We talk about that a lot with the context of blameless postmortems. It all comes into play. And it definitely impacts how folks feel about, being on call as well. You definitely then want to extend beyond your incident to the day-to-day ways in which your teams interact. It's important to remember, a teammate might have been working up at 4 o'clock. They may be really tired, and it's not your place to question, why isn't Brian here at 9:30? He might have been up, 4 or 5 hours the previous night. So cut some people some slack when they're on call. And we definitely talk about psychological safety, and that definitely comes into play when you're asking folks to be on call. They want to be able to have those conversations about, what's causing issues without someone calling them stupid or, any of the horrible things that come in when people are under stress and all that, those kinds of interactions. Just making sure that all of your folks on your team are able to express their thoughts and suggestions and be part of the team without fear of reprisal or ridicule or anything like that. And then you want to take some time to onboard folks, right? Especially for folks who are new to this entire endeavor. And like, okay, well, you want to take some time to onboard all of our new team members. We want to give them time to learn, what it means to actually respond, and what the expectations are and how to do that kind of stuff. We suggest doing like a shadow rotation, right? So your primary is there, and then they have this shadow who's not the backup, right? They're not the secondary or anything like that, but they're going to join, whatever channels or calls or whatever, and just kind of watch and listen and learn, what the primary is doing and things like that. So part of, learning how to troubleshoot systems and all those kinds of things comes into it too. Like people are better able to do that when they've seen it happen rather than sort of just reading about it. And you also want to talk with your team about the metrics that you're going to be using to sort of judge whether this whole thing has been successful or not, right? If you're dealing with MTTA and MTTR, those are pretty well understood for, mean time to acknowledge and mean time to resolve. You may also break them down to be more granular and say, okay, for our priority 1 issues, here's our mean time to resolve. For our priority 2 and 3, here's our mean time to resolve. For low priority incidents, it might be days. It could be fine to let something kind of wander off until, the person who knows it best comes back from vacation or whatever. It just depends on your organization and what you're doing. So not everything has to be a 5-alarm fire. You also want to talk about maybe mean time to market for your fixes. Is something fixed in the same or next sprint? Is it delayed by months? Are you responding to the same alerts over and over again because you can't get prioritization with your product manager for the things that need to fix things in production or those kinds of metrics? So as a manager, you want to go in and go to bat for those so that stuff gets fixed. And then over time, you may find, you want to track more your escape defects as your engineers are more responsible for the production day-to-day running of the system. They'll find more places where they can beef up the test system, where they can, put something else into the integration environment that's going to help them determine before stuff gets to production that, okay, this clinch point is going to be a problem. Here's how we can better test that before it ever gets to production. So you can start to be more proactive with your engineering over time. Additionally, you want to make sure you never hesitate to escalate, right? If I'm working on a system and it's actually somebody else's problem, like I want to be able to tell them that. And I don't want to struggle for a long period of time. I want to get that over there to the person who can fix it as fast as possible. Because over time, your complexity really complicates your ability to diagnose what's going wrong. So don't keep the wrong people, hanging out and involved. If they're not the ones who can fix it, roll on, move to the next person. Focus on the folks who can fix things. Keep your other stakeholders informed out of band, not on your main call, not on your main channels. Maybe that's another whole subscription. Maybe that happens over email, whatever it is. And then ensure that all your folks know how to kick off a major incident and know that they can do that. If I'm called at 3 o'clock in the morning and it looks like, well, there's a hugely impacting thing going on, I want to know that I am allowed and okay to call that major incident, whatever the case might be there. So I know some folks have a lot of hesitancy around that, but it's really important to be able to say, this is our system, but it's impacted by this broader issue. And then you want to talk to your team about etiquette. We say etiquette, but it's behaviors and sort of setting expectations, right? Because for folks who are new to this, they, might have a lot of, hesitancy around what exactly is expected of them and how to behave. So there's lots of places where you have bad implementations of on-call that leave people in a bad place, right? You get lots of alerts, you have a low context, you have alerts for services they can't access to or can't work on or can't fix, and that causes a lot of stress and causes a lot of turbulence in the team. So we want to make sure that we're setting good practices on both sides. So we're talking about humane on-call, right? Because our teams are made up of humans. Humans need sleep, 100%. If your on-call rotations include overnight activities and overnight responsibilities, you have to manage the workloads appropriately. Forcing responders to be awake overnight and still available during all of their working hours the next day is a recipe for burnout and low morale, and probably attrition over time. Absolutely. You're going to lose people from that practice, right? When you're establishing on-call for new teams, set some expectations. Allow rescheduling around planned events in advance. No one wants to miss a kid's birthday party. Letting the backup know if you're going to be, sort of temporarily unavailable. Back when we used to commute, if you had to commute underground, you probably aren't going to be receiving alerts in most places, right? Even if you're going through a tunnel, that kind of thing. Just let people know. Setting guidelines for folks to delay their workday if the responders were up overnight responding to alerts. I missed 4 hours of sleep, I'll be in by 11, no questions, right? Thinking about a process for rolling folks off if the primary is too stressful. You come on call Monday, you're up overnight Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By Thursday, you are absolute mush and aren't going to be helpful, right? So having some kind of process where you can talk to the team and have somebody else take over that and get that practice as part of your on-call practice. And then you want to err on the side of creating more shifts for shorter durations, right? Watching for burnout, just making sure that people are okay. And if your services are super noisy, maybe folks are only on call 3 to 4 days at a time, and then you roll them off rather than beating them up for an entire week. As a manager, then you want to look at your team participation. What do your folks, who's participating, who's maybe, traded off too many shifts and isn't really pulling their fair share, right? You want to make sure that no one person is taking a disproportionate number of on-call duties for your team, right? You also want to talk to your team about holiday coverage. Not everyone celebrates the same holidays, right? So you might be able to take advantage of that. If you have a team in the US and team in Canada, you have different Thanksgivings, so nobody gets to miss Thanksgiving, hooray. So, work with your team on that. Your on-call provider platform probably has some reports about how often people are being awoken overnight, how long those things are running. So you can also manage from that perspective. And then talk about your good behaviors, right? Your expectations for, you're asking people to be available during their personal hours. And like lots of people partake of adult substances during their personal time. And unfortunately, that interferes with being efficient with your on-call. And this feels like an awkward conversation, but it's common enough that it appeared on the Ask a Manager blog. So you can, read her answer to that question about, when you are on call, you're expected to be able to work at any time. So maybe, tone it down, right? So talk a little bit about maybe, sober on call or those kinds of things with your team. And then also talking about time management. And this is when I gotta slam the desk, right? Lower the regular workload during on-call weeks. They cannot produce the same amount of planned work when they're being interrupted by unplanned work and you don't know how much it's going to be. Just expect that from the very beginning, and then you'll be less stressed out, your folks will be less stressed out, and you can plan around it, right? It's super hard to plan around the kinds of incidents and other things that arise out of distributed systems. This is one thing that you can help people on from the very beginning. Just reduce their regular workload during their on-call weeks. Keep an eye on your team health, right? Dealing with attrition is a whole lot harder than dealing with, preventative wellness and keeping an eye on things. Work on systemic improvement with your other peer teams, right? Like trade learnings, trade best practices, make sure everybody's sort of on the same page about metrics and monitoring and all the other things that pop up. You also want to make sure you've got an empathetic team and you're practicing psychological safety with your team and just keeping an eye on folks, because this you don't know what's going to happen when you bring a team to on-call, especially as a new responsibility. You may have folks who have never been on-call before. Their spouses aren't expecting this. Their kids aren't expecting this. And that creates an additional load of stress on folks who weren't necessarily expecting to be on-call. So there can be a lot of extra stresses there. So a few implementation discussions before we break for you. Taking stock of your alerts, making sure that everything that comes through isn't trash, right? Manage your alert fatigue. Everything should be actionable. If I'm getting paged at 3 o'clock in the morning, it better be important. If it's not, I'm going to ignore it in the future, right? So complete and current documentation for all of your stuff. Manage your external dependencies, know who to contact with your vendors, all that kind of stuff. If you have, API keys, everybody knows where those are, and with your external dependencies, clear up your noise, right? Stuff that doesn't have to alert shouldn't. Stuff that's, just warnings or whatever, maybe that's a metric. Thing X did thing Y 17 times last week is a metric, not something you need to alert on, right? You can change things that way. And then just get rid of junk alerts. If it doesn't matter, don't even alert on it, just ignore it. Prioritize your projects, right? Start with stable, right? Start your on-call journey with your most stable services. Start with the stuff that people know the best, that's been around the longest, that's probably the quietest, right? That folks know about. Prioritize your customer-facing services, the things that are important to your revenue stream, things that are, going to have an impact. And then decide what services require high-level response and things that don't require high-level response. Let those low priority alerts go until working hours and set them as warnings or things to check on later. Leverage your traditional NOC. If your organization still has some folks around who function as a NOC and they're there 24/7 anyway, have them start out as your level 1. They can, figure out the basic stuff they're probably already covering for you anyway, full disks, services that need to be restarted, that kind of thing. And then escalate to your team as a level 2. That's a fine way to get started. They might be able to utilize runbooks or a tool like Rundeck so that, they can take care of some additional issues. And then you can cross-train them as incident commanders. You've got these folks that are there all the time anyway. You can employ them to be helpful in your modern response. Play with your flexible models. There's no rule that on-call shifts has to be a calendar week. So split things up in a way that makes sense. Look at things that might go 24/5 or 8/5. Use a follow the sun. If you're in Seattle and Berlin, that's 9 hours of difference. So, make use of that. And you can partner with other teams that run similar platforms. Talk about your good behaviors, talk about your good expectations. Never hesitate to escalate. And then, reiterate for folks that, sober on-call is super important. So before we're right at time here, a couple of additional things for folks to look at that's super interesting, right? Inside our product, there's a bunch of different things about, good practices for setting up your rotations and, things to think about with overrides and stuff like that. And then additionally, sort of in the industry, the first issue of the increment published by Stripe, was about on-call. And there's some really, really good articles in there that to read and to maybe read with your team, right? Alice Goldfuss has an open source on-call handbook that's really good. You can fork that and use it with your team. New Relic has some best practices that are super interesting. This talk from, I feel so old when I post these, but it was so much fun. Etsy had a talk about mean time to sleep. This was a number of years ago, but they showed up in pajamas, so it was great. So take a little bit of that pain out of on-call with a bit of humor there. The rest of this and all of the data that I talked about, all the other suggestions and some example checklists and things like that are available in our Going On Call Ops Guide, which is at goingoncall.pagerduty.com. It is an open source document. You are free to fork it and run it internally. It's MKDocs, so go for it. We love your feedback and whatever additional uses you find for it, and any other things you think should be in there. So thank you for your time. I hope you found it useful, and enjoy the rest of your show.
I'm excited to welcome to the virtual podium our next speaker, Dr. Mark Peters. Mark works for Technica Corporation as a lead information assurance security engineer on a U.S. Air Force cyber weapons system program in San Antonio, Texas, emphasizing DevOps during an agile transition. During a full U.S. Air Force intelligence career, he worked with various units to integrate and automate intelligence with operational delivery. A cybersecurity expert, he holds multiple industry certifications, including a CISSP, and he's the author of the book, Cashing In on Cyber Power, to analyze 10 years of cyber attacks from an economic perspective. In his spare time, he reads, thinks, writes, and then speaks, and is also a judo black belt. A DevOps Institute ambassador, he enjoys working with individuals to implement DevSecOps. He remains excited by the potential to incorporate DevOps across multiple industries. Again, we are extremely excited to welcome Dr. Mark Peters to the podium. Mark, take it away.
Hello, and welcome to my session of Integrating Security at DevOpsDays Texas. I'm excited to be here. I've just gotten through that horrendous winter storm, and now I'm making the recording so it can go in on time. And as you might see, I'm the floating head in the corner. I've experimented with different backgrounds, and I like the opportunity so you can actually see me while I'm talking, and I use my hands a lot while I talk. So hopefully that won't interfere too much. I've made sure I haven't blocked anything out on the slides, but we'll be walking through the process of integrating security today. I'm Dr. Mark Peters. I'm the DevOps Institute Ambassador, and I'm a USA Chapter Chair, one of their global ambassadors working all across the world to find ways to better integrate our DevOps practices. Now, what we want to do today is first we want to talk a little bit about the DevOps Institute mission. And that's a chance to advance the human elements of DevOps by creating a safe and interactive environment. It gives everybody an opportunity at the DevOps Institute through our Slack channels and through our skill up days to get together and share information about DevOps, to really find ways to accelerate your practices and get to those goals you want to have by making value for the customer. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about the cyber threat landscape. We're going to talk about assessing a value stream in terms of security. We're going to talk about integrating security practices. This ties in with my role right now today as I work for a federal program as the lead information assurance security engineer. I've done a lot of work in the past on security and DevOps, and I've written a book on cyber attacks called Cashing In on Cyber Power. So very familiar with security and the cyber threat landscape. To start off, we really have to frame it into that DevOps mindset. Now, being here at DevOpsDays Texas, I know you understand what this mindset is and how it works. But what we have here is we kind of have a view of those three ways when you look at them from a security perspective. First off, we have flow. And what we really want to make sure we do is to ensure that security does not constrain our workflow. That when we're adding our security testing, when we're adding our static analysis and our dynamic analysis and any other tests we may have in there, that we don't slow down the flow of delivering product. We find those problems and we automate. We use security libraries. We think about our value stream. And all along the process, we're creating mutual accountabilities. DevOps and security, we're all responsible for delivering a secure product. Then, of course, we need feedback. We try to ensure fast feedback by automating security testing, including security in the product demos, and making sure that everybody is talking about security. If you're not having good peer-to-peer conversations, if you're not involved with those dev groups, you're not really talking about security. We use telemetry and observability to really reinforce the concept of how much security we have and how we use that security. And then the next step after we get our flow and feedback, of course, is continuous experimentation, making sure we try to work together and find the steps that allow us to experiment with security, to get the right practices at the right time to move all the steps ahead. Now, I like to start out with a story because now that we're grounded in DevOps, stories are good, and I find stories helpful in using these processes. So the story I like to start out with is the Blank Brothers. When we talk about networks attack, we talk about hacking the system. We usually talk about things that have happened in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s and all those events. However, the first network attack, as I see it, was the Blank Brothers. And they were mid-century 1800s, 1834, over in France. And they hacked the telegraph system. The first telegraph, like you can see in the picture, in France was an optical telegraph. It used a semaphore based on flag signaling to show different signals. Now, at the time, the government was using the signals to report stock trading and futures trading from Paris out to the outlying cities so that everybody could trade in all the cities and they could invest in all the markets and they could collect their money back. Well, from Paris to Tours, the symbols were corrected. They knew what the symbols were and they double checked them because the two cities were close enough they could get together. Well, when they went from Tours to Bourbon, there was no error check. So what the Blanc brothers did is they bribed one of the telegraph operators to insert a new symbol from Tours and say, hey, this symbol will tell us whether the stock overall is going up or down. And then they watched on binoculars and they sent a horse messenger down to Bourbon to get those messages for them and that they could invest in the futures knowing whether they were up or down ahead of time. Kind of like a SQL injection, right? You send in an extra signal and you get what you want. Well, the key there is that you have to know what you want and you have to know what your vulnerabilities are to be able to understand your DevSecOps risk and threat conversations. If you don't understand the threat, if you don't understand what's being posed, then you can't understand the conversation. You can't start with the conversation. Here, the government thought, since they were encrypting it, since they were using a code for their symbols, they didn't have anything to worry about. However, the Blanc brothers knew that their horse would ride faster than those signals. So if they could manipulate them just a little, they could get it out faster and make a good deal of money. At the end of the day, the telegraph operator who injected those false signals got sick. He tried to pass the money to his compatriot to change the signals as well. The compatriot reported him. He went to jail for 10 years, and the Blanc brothers started a casino. One other story we have to talk about, a little bit more recent, is the story of WannaCry and Marcus Hutchins. This gives you an idea of how varied that cyber threat landscape is when we're talking about it, and that we know what we know or we don't know what we don't know. WannaCry is a ransomware attack in May of 2017, a crypto worm that goes out there, propagated by Eternal Blue, which, as you may remember, was supposedly downloaded from the NSA stockpiles and then sent out by a group of folks called the Shadow Brokers. Well, this crypto worm, once it encrypted all your files, demanded Bitcoin payments to be working. If it didn't get these payments, your files remain encrypted. Of course, even when they got the payments, your files still remained encrypted and they didn't help you out. It exploited some of the older systems, 200,000 computers across 150 countries, and unpatched computers were affected. So you had to have that patch, you had to have your Microsoft updated. The person who discovered it, the person founded it, an individual named Marcus Hutchins, was originally a hacker. He'd originally built programs similar to this himself, and done some things that were probably on the shady side of the wall. However, when he decided to fix things, he turned over and he discovered a kill switch in WannaCry. There was a long sequence of characters which didn't decode to anything, but called out to a website. And that website name was a sequence of alphanumerics of 30 or 40 characters, or possibly even more. I don't remember exactly. And it reached out to that for command and control. Well, he went to check and see if the site was registered. And when it wasn't registered, he registered the site himself. Once that site came up and running with that odd name, WannaCry stopped. That was their command and control and their check. So again, here we have a goal that you really have to know what you're doing. You have to ensure those patches are maintained from a security perspective in order to integrate security. And you have to be able to talk about patches and talk about versions and know which areas of patching and versioning create value for your system as you move forward. So what do we call the cyber threat landscape? Why do we worry about the cyber threat landscape? And what is a cyber threat? Well, a basic definition of a threat, just to put us all on the same page, is any person or thing judged likely to cause damage or danger to your DevOps practices. We see from the Verizon data breach report over in the thought clouds from 2020 that a lot of these come out over time. 72% of the threats were data breaches were from large businesses, 70% caused by external actors, 43% featured a web app, 59% from organized criminal groups, 30% from internal actors. We have to be able to find the ways to use these and identify them. We also have to use a good definition of cyber. Although being here at DevOps Days, I assume everybody has a great definition of cyber on their own. However, if I have to pick one out, I use a definition from the National Budget Decision in 2015, which says in an independent network of information technology infrastructure and includes the internet telecommunications network, computer systems, and embedded processes and controllers. So basically anything electronic or integrated becomes cyber. The next step in cyber, once we know the landscape, is understanding our risks and vulnerabilities. Understanding the fact that our threat is really a measure of our risk times vulnerability. Now, you may see this further broken, that a vulnerability is a attack surface times exposure, or other versions. And you can modify it however it works for your system. Because each of your systems, just like you have a unique value stream, is going to have a unique threat equation. You have to understand your risk. You have to understand what poses a threat to you through that risk. What are your company's risks? Is it a risk if you're down for a day? Is it a risk if you're down for a month? Is your data a risk if you lose it, that you can't bring your transactions back up? Or is your data a risk if you lose it, that it's potential privacy information that you need to consider? At the same time, you need to look at your vulnerabilities. You need to look at those, like we said, attack surfaces and exposures. You need to consider how much is exposed to the internet and how much space you have. If you're working behind a firewall, if you're working on an on-premise system, then your vulnerabilities might be restricted. However, if customers get into your databases every day to do things, maybe you have a little bit more vulnerability. To look at something like GitHub, everybody works with it every day, and your repos can be locked off to different degrees, to different certifications and different SSH keys that make sure that your vulnerabilities are restricted to a certain amount. So how would you consider potential threat impact? Well, I used to work a lot of intelligence, and when we worked in the intelligence field, we always looked at probability, intent, and capability. When we were considering something a threat, we considered what the probability was that it would affect us. How likely is it that that person or that individual or that adversary or that problem is to cause difficulty for us? And then we looked at intent. Does somebody actually intend to harm us? Am I working somewhere that's of high interest to an adversary actor? Am I a financial institution like we saw in the Verizon data breach for individuals that have a lot of money or capability to offer if somebody breaches it? And then finally, what is the capability of that threat to do something to me? When we looked at WannaCry, we talked about the fact that it only affected unpatched systems. Well, that's a capability. That's a specific capability. Now, you may ask yourself, from the business perspective, because I always do, can't I just buy insurance? And I apologize for the noise as we do live recording. If you're hearing some squealing in the background, that's our two new Great Dane puppies. So they're great. They're a lot of fun. But they like to argue because, well, that's what puppies do. So you may be asking yourself as I get back on topic, can I just buy insurance? Can I just go to somebody and buy it? Well, one of my favorite stories is Mondelez versus Zurich American. Now, Mondelez makes some food, including Cadbury, and they work over in Europe. They got hit by NotPetya. A lot of their systems were locked up. That same type of ransomware that we saw in the WannaCry incident. But they filed for $100 million with their insurer, Zurich American, in these NotPetya damages. These computers need to be replaced because they no longer worked. Well, about a month and a half after they filed, the British government came out and said, we think NotPetya was an act of the Russian government. When they said that, Zurich American came out and said, hey, the British government attributed that, and they said NotPetya is a state act of the Russian government. That means it's an act of war. You're not covered for an act of war. Well, obviously Mondelez didn't like that. They filed in October of 2018 to recover it. It's going through court in the state of Illinois, and it is still pre-trial as of today. So what do? How do you recognize, after you've done your threats and vulnerabilities, how to get security, how to manage these things? Well, you have to start where you are. You have to look at where you are today and realize what you actually face. You have to make sure that you've done your trust equation. Now, the people in your organization know how to talk to each other, that they have credibility, reliability, and empathy, and low amounts of self-interest that generates trust throughout so you can have good conversations between dev and ops. So to find out that process, you can do surveys. You can use metrics. You can use human metrics and system metrics. You can do some type of sensing session where you bring everybody in and you talk to them and kind of do a group collaboration. And then find a way to identify the problem. Do you have an active security problem? Do you have a passive security problem? Are you just trying to tighten things up for the future to increase your value? Well, if you want to increase your value, you have to do that based on a shared vision, because the shared vision really drives the force for where you want to go and how you get there. Just like you do for everything else, you should be using your value stream techniques to align your process to a pipeline, to find the right pipeline and find the right process that drives your value forward. So with that, what do you protect? How do you find out what you protect? How do you find out which items are best for protection? Well, if you have metrics, you know which items influence those metrics and which items are most influential to your process. So I would suggest those are probably the things you need to protect. We talk with security and information security about risk to CIA, risk to confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Well, those are good, and you have to defend those. But we also have to look from a DevOps perspective that our systems should be DIE. Our systems should be distributed in the sense that they're DDoS resistant. Nobody can stop one system and should be able to shut us down. The best solution against a distributed attack is a distributed service because they can't hit it all at the same time. Our systems should be both immutable and that changes are easier to detect and reverse, and ephemeral, and that we can bring them back up. This speaks to a lot of the cloud native and container solutions we see today, because an immutable system, as soon as it comes out of boundaries, as soon as it gets past our orchestration, we can pull it down and we can put a new one up. So any unauthorized changes, any allowances to reach out, talk to things, becomes a problem. And we can revert it to that known good easier. And the ephemeral at the same time makes that attacker persistence hard. They can't get to it if we're constantly refreshing it. If we're constantly putting up new containers, if we're constantly refreshing our cloud native instance, constantly refreshing our dev and prod environments, it makes it hard to get new tools, especially when we refresh them from that known good that we talked about as that immutable standard. So we should get metrics for protection, just like we have metrics for something else. We mentioned a little bit about the crown jewels. We mentioned about being able to identify the things that are creating business value for you through your metrics. This may be proprietary technical code. There may be code you have that nobody else has access to. So we need to lock that down, make sure that repo stays back or protected or secure. We may have secure practices. When we talked about DigiNotar about 10 years ago, they were a certificate company, and they were locked up physically about as tight as they could. They had two-person integrity. They had codes at the door. They had a secret glass-sealed room that everybody could see who was in there. And they still got hacked, and they lost their certificates. They lost exposure to their certificates and were bankrupt inside of 6 months. Maybe we have elite employees. Maybe our protection for our DevOps value chain isn't really about protecting our DevOps pipeline at all, but about protecting our elite employees. We have to identify exposure through understanding our metrics. Those two elements really tie together. We all have metrics. We have our deployment frequency. We have failed deployments. We have committed code. These are all good standard DevOps metrics that we get to through observability. And we tie that into our security processes, and we tie our telemetry in. It's not just our individuals that want to do these things. It's all of our people all the way through, and that it matters to everyone. When we look at the graphic, we see that we have elite performers, those elite employees we talked about protecting. There are 208 times more frequent code deployments and 2,600 times faster to recover for incident. All around, they're better, and they make it better. So maybe those are the folks we need to protect along the process. At the same time, as we get into the security, once we begin talking to each other, we may realize that we have some cultural differences. Security typically, especially compliance security, if you're in a highly regulated industry, tends to align more with waterfall practices, while DevOps tends to align more with agile practices. Security has historically been the department of no. They slow things down when you ask to do something new, when you ask to do something different. They say no. We have to get out of that mindset. We have to get security architects and software engineers to start speaking the same languages, or at least have common terms in language. Now, Jared Diamond, who did some social and cultural work, a lot on language, talks about pidgin languages. And a pidgin language is a combination between two languages so that they can have a trade language between them. When the British colonists went into somewhere and they encountered the native populations, they made a pidgin language. They made something that would allow them to talk to each other and interact with each other, even if it wasn't a full language. So while we're not quite creating a pidgin language, because we already talk to each other and we're already using some standard language, we have to look at the fact that DevOps and our developers is more aligned with agile practices, right? Horizontal, fast-paced, quick sprint cycles. In security, we see more of a waterfall. They've traditionally been vertical. They hand one thing to another. Somebody hands it to them and they pass it on to compliance. They have to use a step-by-step approach. They have to get multiple approvals rather than doing a peer review. How do we balance these? How do we balance the priority to react as quickly as possible to the security priority of safety and security? Well, it takes that interaction. It takes talking together to create a value for business. Your security people should be tightly tied in to your dev teams. And at the same time, the security mindset should change to the fact that security has to be able to talk to the teams and suggest what they can do better for security. And then talk to the auditors and suggest that all the things are being done right, or they're being done effectively to the best of our ability, and justify where what we're doing is correct. And in doing that, they help create value by constantly improving the security while still being able to advocate for those programs and moving forward. So what are some of those good questions? Well, one of those terms, one of those notions that we don't always talk about is common vulnerability and exposure, CVE. A CVE is a list, a database of things that are out there that individuals have identified and said this is a known vulnerability. So when we find those, we have to be able to talk about those. And security has to have a good idea of what you're running, of every program that you're running, even the builds and the assist and the tools on the desktop, so that they can get you a good list of known CVEs, because a lot of those come with fixes. And even if they don't come with fix, then instead of an unknown risk, it becomes a known risk. And you know what to look for in the next step and identify the risks and identify the fixes. And not only do you identify the fixes, but you know how long it will take. And you know what security to ask or what the ops to ask to help you fix it. So these are good questions to have back and forth. And they should be recorded. And you should write them down. You should have somewhere you can go for the list. You should have somewhere you can go for the processes. And you should work together to find that automation process. If we go back to that example pipeline, when we're running our pipeline and we're running an anchor or a twist lock and it's scanning against a set of vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities come up, you should have a known good for your program, what the last risk was for your program. And then you can compare your output to your known good. And you can do that through an automated diff tool, and that'll give you a result. And your developer will know whether they're adding risk to the program, they're reducing risk, or they're just maintaining the status quo. A lot of times maintaining the status quo is good enough for what we have. But at least we know. And knowing helps us set our backlog and set our products to move forward. Mark Hornbook wrote an excellent book called Engineering DevOps. And in Engineering DevOps, he offers this chart for continuous security. And you can see how deep you can delve into security from every aspect. Every part of your pipeline that you're going through could be secured. And it has its own unique tools that you might want to use to get that security and get those things integrated. Now, you don't need them all. Some of them you can shortcut, or you can go over multiple functions. At times, you can even go outside of this and you can talk about securing the environment. You can use an open policy agent to talk about the configuration for your environment is secure, even outside of your pipeline or the environment that you run for your pipeline. But you have to be able to be aware that there are security tools and there are checks, and we need to put in the ones that add value. Our lean and value stream thinking helps us minimize the security waste and minimize our delays in cycle time. Because at the end of the day, we want that flow to move us forward. We want the ability to drive forward and create integration between all our teams. Again, here we see a great example of things doing it for you. This is an example from the Azure Security Center. It does an assessment. It says, hey, these things are broken. We found these CVEs for you. Here's where they failed. Here's which items they failed at. And while it's not looking at CVE directly for this one, it is looking at it incidentally because it's looking at compliance standards across a number of different compliance items. It's looking at the PCI DSS, which is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. It's looking at ISO 27001, and it's looking at the Azure system. And it's comparing them and it's popping them up. And it's showing them where they are, what type of resources, how many resources you have, and which ones are known good. Now, usually for the next step for this one is you dig down, you select where you have a problem, and it'll offer you a fix if it even has a fix, and you try to match it. Now, in your pipeline, you also have to make sure that when you match it and you merge the code, you don't break something else. But this is the way it works for us. So how do you learn more, you say? How do you get from this integration security initial mindset into an overall continuous learning model? Well, I have to offer as a DevOps Institute ambassador that you can use the DevOps Institute skill updates. These are generally one a month. The one in February was on cloud native. I think the one upcoming in March, depending on the production of this conference, is on value stream. But every month they have. If you go out to the DevOps Institute website, you can find them out there. They also have a certification program with no formal prerequisites. You can take the course you need and pass the exam. Lots of different vendors out there to offer the exams. And a Slack channel and skill up chapters. We meet for the USA chapter once a month. We talk about all types of security and all types of DevOps and all types of interesting. One of the really great ones was back in December. We talked about quantum computing with machine learning and some of the options we had there. Typically, our chapters meet with the UK and Polish chapters as well, so you get some worldwide visibility. Just a great group of people to come chat with. So after that, after you've learned, how do we move back to our practices and outcomes? How do we get to those goals that we're looking for to really drive what it is? When we're doing our flow, when we're thinking about flow, what are those things we can do to make sure that security meets the flow? Well, just like we do test-driven development, we can do security-driven development. We can look at our positive scenarios of what if we secured it more, or negative of what if this fails. And similar means the risk conversation and the value conversation. What happens if we lose this capability because we don't have it? Now, there's a lot of organizations that don't like to talk about fear, uncertainty, or doubt. But sometimes we have to talk about those capabilities just so we can get the right security, just so we can get the right understanding. We're not looking at the failure as a fear perspective. We're looking at the failure as a value stream perspective. If we lose that capability, how do we move forward? What kind of acceptance criteria do we have? How do we build security in so that we complete a user story? We consider security. Hopefully, we've done that with automated testing, with checking out our code through SonarQube or some other static form, and using dynamic testing as we get close to merging the code. Establishing a policy that uses legacy codes as well as new implementations tells you what you can do. If you've taken it from the library, maybe we trust it more than any new implementation. But we know what's there and we know how to work. And then, of course, we have to improve collaboration. Until we get all our security folks down talking the same language as the developers, at least half the time, we can't improve the collaboration between our different features. We have to be able to talk. Security folks should understand the code. They should understand the configuration. They should understand what's being done. As we move to feedback, the more we shift security left, the more we have to shorten that feedback loop and get that feedback right away. If we're doing our tests, if we're doing our SonarQube and our twist lock, our ACAS scans earlier in the process, then we get the answers early in the process. We can compare earlier in the process. We talk about shared on-call. We haven't really delved into on-call. That's more of a site reliability engineering function. But it is there. The security should be on-call just as much as the other folks. We need to use data science to understand what we have and compare those metrics. We do need to continue to identify what our security feedback is, what our scan status of both our ops deployed system and our development systems, and how those get accepted in the pipeline. And finally, we drive continuous learning through our indicator of compromise. We talk about security information threat management, event management, how we can communicate to each other in developing our practices, and what our indicators of concern are. What are those flags that go up? What are those things we don't want to see in metrics that mean something has happened? At the same time, we try to scale our security. We scale security effectively through repeating our practices and through talking about repeating our practices, through doing good retro and good verification of our continuous compliance and continuous security. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time here at DevOps Days Texas. Hopefully you've enjoyed something. Hopefully you've learned something. I always love talking. I always love reaching out and chatting with folks. If you want to get a hold of me, there's my email and my Twitter handle and my LinkedIn. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, everybody. It's Sean from the DevOpsDays Texas organizing team, and I am extremely pleased to introduce the Fist Pod crew. Throwing it over to Jay for introductions.
Hey, everybody. My name is Jay Gordon. Welcome to this. So just want to give you a quick introduction to what this is and how this is going to work. For the most part, we're three people that met online, and there's no other way to put it. The three of us are what you would call DevOps Days veterans, whatever you want to call it. We met each other online during the pandemic. We had never met in person. But what we found is that the three of us really did what I guess people in our business do, is that when you're put in a position where communication is really the best way to kind of move forward in almost any situation, we went to communicating. And so I want to introduce you to the people that I've been doing this with for a while now. First is Kat Cosgrove. You can find her online at Dixie3 Flatline. She works at JFrog. She does a lot of amazing stuff. She's one brilliant human being, and I appreciate her to the ends of the earth.
That's so sweet. I think that's the first time we've mentioned where we work on this podcast too.
Well,
like
it's
ever.
it is actually.
It is.
Austin, who is my other co-host, Austin Parker, works at Lightstep. He himself is someone that I had only spoken to on the internet before. And what happened was the three of us made a decision that these little like back and forth things that we were doing on Twitter was something that we really felt we could do, you know, together. And so one of the things that really has been important is just learning about the other people that we do this podcast together with. And so I want to say thanks. If you want to find me on the internet, it's at @JDestro. You're probably going to hear way too much. So, I mean, it's at your own risk. Hey, Kat. Hey, Austin.
Hey.
Hi.
Now everyone watching has been through the sacred art of podcasting and the power invested in me by the state of New York. You are part of our polycule now.
That's how it works.
Weird.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know how that's going to...
I figure we got to just like jump right in, Jay.
So we all have different roles on this podcast, and Austin is usually tasked with the responsibility of immediately making it weird.
Yeah. Also, I do the noises.
And of course, me being the stereotype that I am, I've got this kind of started off with what I'm going to call a kind of moment that I think we're going to kind of start on. And so one of the things a lot of people in our industry like to do is self-certify. And so I thought about a man because I call myself a certified Sopranos expert. But I came up with that title. I self-certified. And so it reminded me of this.
Feelings about this. Let me tell you something. I had a semester and a half of college, so I understand Freud. I understand therapy as a concept, but in my world, it does not go down.
So that kind of just made me think about like our world, like that we work in. We self-certify ourselves. We call ourselves experts. And so here's the question I got for you. Who the hell made these people experts on every single subject that we tend to have people present on? Because I don't know, I'm not an expert really at anything. I'm just really good at making people listen to me.
I mean, I think you can go pay some reasonable amount of money to become a certified Kubernetes expert.
I get that for free because I'm a CNCF ambassador and I still haven't done it. I probably take that exam, but I don't know. Some people have.
Then you could be a certified tech thought leader.
Then I would be certified instead of just, calling myself that on Twitter. For me, it kind of happened like, I don't know, without my consent. A bunch of people just decided I was an expert because they saw the way I talked about things. Mm-hmm. And over time, I've had to accept that fact that maybe I am actually an expert in this thing, but it is a weird responsibility to be shouldered with because I don't think of myself as being as knowledgeable as people like Ian Coldwater, for instance. Mm-hmm. And yet we're both referred to as experts.
Yeah, I'm an ignorant hillbilly, so.
Yeah, I'm just some guy who really likes The Sopranos, and somehow or another, I was a system administrator for long enough where I've done the natural progression of I don't want to log into servers anymore. And so I'd rather talk to people about how they can log into servers. And what it all comes down to is what I'm trying to bring up. The big idea is it's interesting how we work in an industry for the most part, where our experts are self-certified. They've told us they're experts. And I know, Kat, you've just spent time looking at all these people and their proposals for different people who believe they are experts at something. And I think that's a ton of responsibility for you to kind of validate someone referring to them as an expert.
It is. So for people who are watching who do not follow me on Twitter, I was on the program committee for KubeCon EU, the one whose schedule was just released today. I was also one of the 2 track chairs for 101, and it is an enormous amount of responsibility, and every aspect of selecting talks for a conference, no matter how large or small it is it's emotional. And it's difficult because you are responsible for determining whether or not somebody has the authority and the expertise necessary to speak on a subject in a way that is good for the attendees. Like, your ego doesn't matter. The speaker's ego does not matter. The only thing that matters is whether or not it's a good experience for the attendees. And it's a ton of pressure doing that. So please be nice to your program committees. I know it hurts to get your talk rejected. It sucks. More than 50% of my talks were rejected last year, but having the pressure of making that call and building a schedule that makes attendees happy also kind of sucks sometimes. So, there's a human on the other side. So we consider that before you say something mean on the internet.
Yeah. So what I noticed on Twitter recently is and this podcast, we tend to talk a lot about the discourse. Whether it's, himbo is ableist or some wacky nonsense in technology, we like to talk about it because let's face it, Twitter is an open fire hose of nonsense at times, and the discourse kind of happens. And the one thing that I've noticed, at least in tech discourse, is 90% of the arguments are rooted in a person not necessarily understanding and respecting the role someone's taking. Whether it's I'm a DBA and someone's saying, well, why don't you just roll that process into your automation? Well, there's things that DBAs know that just I'm never going to know. And most people who are in DevOps, they're just not really sure about. And so disregarding someone else and this is the whole expert kind of tie-in. I love my segues.
God, you're good at that.
Yeah, it's very good.
Experts, you have to believe them sometimes. You've got to take them from, their word. And I think that what we're doing nowadays in technology is sometimes it's easier to disagree with someone's word and start the argument, the discourse, than it is almost anything else.
But this is all just a problem of credentialism in the tech industry, right? When you really get down to brass tacks, the reason there's so many self-certified and certifiable experts is because...
Austin, hit the button.
Oh, hold on. Which one is it? There we go.
Woo-hoo!
Sorry, they're
even
unlabeled.
Have sound effects. We even have sound effects.
I didn't label my buttons. But the problem really comes down to is that, and I posted about this yesterday, is that the reason that people get so tweaked about this is because this is the only, validation of your peers is the only way to actually prove expertitude, right? The word has been mangled into uselessness. And I think you see that not only in technology, but in the sort of broader socio-political, complex socio-technical systems that make up the modern world, as it were, right? We all live in this very awkward shared reality that is created and shaped only by the pronouncements of people that have something to lose or something to gain by you accepting their definition of expertise. I think some of them actually live in Texas. I think some of them just got back a couple weeks. Some of them took a trip, right? Seem to remember
a poorly timed vacation, maybe?
A poorly timed vacation by an expert in Texas.
Alleged expert.
Well, some people seem to think he's an expert.
that leads us to our next kind of subject. I don't know what we're, our next subject.
Next bit.
Yeah, next bit. So we kind of sat down and we talked about, because Kat, Austin, and I, we end up talking about politics a lot, and that's just because of who the three of us are. And so one of
They
those
truly are inescapable.
Yeah, and so one of those conversations that's happened recently that was just unavoidable was you Texans, your Senator Ted Cruz, and how he is probably, for the most part, one of the most disliked politicians in the country by a certain segment of people, and you constantly see him undermining people's like ability to live and exist, and it's phenomenal.
I mean, what's wild is his own coworkers like hate the dude, right? Like, there's been plenty of interviews where it's like, oh yeah, if a senator shot Ted Cruz and the Senate voted to, on how guilty they were, that whoever it would be would walk.
It's ridiculous. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I'm from Tennessee, okay? I'm very, very used to having like embarrassing politicians in power. It's Tennessee is very good at that. Very good at having embarrassing politicians in power. But the Ted Cruz situation is just mind-boggling to me.
And that being said, let's bring up a quick list of people that don't like Ted Cruz. First of all, there is George W. Bush.
Hold on.
Who
we gotta get the musical backing here.
Oh, we have music for this?
All right, hit it.
So let's see. George W. Bush. I just don't like the guy. Bob Dole. I don't know how he's going to deal with Congress. Nobody likes him. John Boehner. I have Democrat friends and Republican friends. I get along with almost everyone, but I have never worked with a more miserable son of a bitch in my life. Lindsey Graham. If you killed Ted Cruz on the floor of the Senate and the trial was in the Senate, no one would convict you. And of course, we'll finish this up with two of the more dislikable people that we can think about. Our former president, who says he's a nasty guy. Nobody likes him. Nobody in Congress likes him. Nobody likes him anywhere once they get to know him. And then another person that I just got to be honest, I can't like in any single way. And I don't know if any of you can, but the senator from the state of Florida, Marco Rubio, says Ted has had a tough week because what's happening now is people are learning more about him.
Holy shit.
I'm just saying.
That's the only intelligent thing Marco Rubio has ever said.
Everyone hated me. I would simply not have a job.
Yeah, like it has given us some funnies, We have the ongoing meme that Ted Cruz is actually the Zodiac killer, which I choose to believe. Personally, I think that's canon, but it's truly impressive, like how consistently shitty he's managed to be over such a period of time, and in spite of like literally all of his coworkers telling him that he sucks.
And so I don't want people to think that just because Texas, that's your senator, we're just hammering down on you. That wouldn't be.
Oh fair. Yeah, no, we are equal opportunity. We're leftist here. We hate everyone.
Yeah. So here in New York, where both myself and Austin live, we are currently stuck with a giant son of a bitch as governor who's just doing a thing that we in tech are so used to. It's being gaslighted about your feelings in regards to the work you're doing and how you do it. And eventually the inappropriateness that came along with that gaslighting. It's incredible. But Andrew Cuomo went out today. He had a press conference, and I'll be honest with you, we didn't learn shit. We didn't learn a damn thing. It was a lot of like, you got to hear my side, and I'm really sad, and I didn't mean to. And so here's the thing, Kat. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. What's the first thing you think of when someone says, "I didn't mean to make you feel that way"?
That's not an apology. That's not an apology. That's like, I don't care that you didn't mean to make me feel that way. You made me feel that way, and the impact of your actions matters more than your intent. I would say that the intent doesn't matter at all if the impact is negative. So my response when somebody says something like that to me is, well, So like, what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't just say, I didn't mean to, and then like expect to move on and have a healthy relationship with the people around you. That is not how this works. That's not how a relationship works. That's not how interacting with other humans.
I mean, here, my intent is Andrew Cuomo is the reason. The guys like Andrew Cuomo are the reason that there's a 2-drink maximum at KubeCon. Right? Come on.
Wait, is there really, though?
There is. They give you 2 drink tickets.
You can't buy more?
No, you can't.
See, that's why I hang out at the hotel bar and not at the...
I mean, yeah, that's obviously the better place to do it. But
yeah.
Seriously, though.
So, you know, y'all can find me at the hotel bar at KubeCon whenever it's in person again, not at the attendee party or whatever. The real party.
I'm gonna admit to being a person that made a huge mistake in regards to this. And it's not because of my own personal drinking or anything, which I don't do anymore. And I'm very proud of it. But years ago, I was a prolific alcohol consumer, probably very well known for my ability to drink a lot of Jameson. And so I decided one year that there was going to be a sysadmin day that I wanted my company that I was working at the time to sponsor. And the insane thing that I did, and I regret it to this very day, is having absolutely no limit on how much people could drink at that event. Because I'll be honest with you, at some point, if you're organizing an event like this, we're virtual now, so we don't have to worry about that. But in person, you know, there's a lot of, you know, major conferences that occur where thousands of people show up and they intentionally say, you get 2 drinks, that's it. And it's mostly because, one, people can't control themselves. You know, we live in a world it's a process that's running wild. You know what I mean? And so it's very difficult to expect people, or we can think of them as large numbers of processes, to self-regulate themselves without someone once in a while hitting kill -9 on them.
I like how you brought it back to technology there.
Can I let you guys...
What I do? Segue man.
There you go.
Let me let y'all in on a me at tech conferences secret. It might look like I'm staying out until 2 a.m., like absolutely raging and schmoozing, because that's my job. I'm a developer advocate, so I have to do some of that at conferences. But the reality is that I have like 2 or 3 drinks, maybe, and then I switch to soda water with tonic and lime, because then y'all will still think that I'm being fun and partying, but I'm actually sobering up, because I don't know, it makes me uncomfortable to be like hammered at work, you know? And
yeah, that was a mistake I made a lot in my career. And I think that this had to do with, I think, the way tech industry and startups here in New York City kind of really made people think about how startups are supposed to look. You're supposed to have lots of booze, lots of perks, and the freedom to let people kind of enjoy those things. I've watched that kind of eat a company alive.
Yeah, it can be really destructive. It's not actually good.
Although the funny thing is that it's like, it's also very plebeian, right? Because the VCs are still out doing coke till 3 a.m.
True.
Oh yeah. I mean, here's the thing that, you know, and it's really about what happens on the coasts, is that there's this weird, you know, almost
back around to coastal elites.
Well, burner culture that kind of is infected, you know, the 2 sides of where tech kind of happens. And I've always kind of felt that burner culture is too infused, because it really makes you feel like, well, you know, the out of mind and out of body experiences are just part of what I do in general. And so making sure you can share in them as well is important to me. And so I felt that was just not necessarily a positive thing long term. And when I say burner culture, I'm talking about Burning Man people. If you're into Burning Man, that's your thing. I'm not going up against you. I'm not saying you're bad at what you do or you're exactly like this. But, you know, I've just seen this kind of happen before.
Now, if you're into Bernie Man.
Yeah, Bernie Man. Chairman Bernie, those shirts. Well, let's talk about that meme. We love to talk about the discourse. And I felt that
those mittens were just so adorable.
They're so cute.
They're so Vermont.
Don't you just want to gather him up and hug him?
Kind of like,
it's one of those things where it makes me happy that once in a while we can come together on the internet and actually make fun of not just a person, but the idea of a person just being themselves and it not being mean-spirited. You know, we can have fun with these situations, and maybe that's a lot of what, you know, the three of us do. I really feel like what we do is we don't try to be mean-spirited unless we're talking about Ted Cruz. But for the most part, like, you know, I feel like the best kind of discourse is the discourse where, you know, we all feel kind of good about it.
I mean, we're mean-spirited about some things. Bitcoin. We're very mean-spirited about Bitcoin.
We are mean-spirited about Bitcoin, but
I'll be real. I'm cool with the price today. It was up towards like almost 52 grand.
Yeah,
and,
but it's,
you know,
it's causing a lot of
killing the
deforestation.
planet.
It's killing the planet.
Yeah.
It's killing the planet.
It is.
Planet's dying, Cloud.
Yeah, and so that's the weird thing is, you know, I remember the first days of Bitcoin, you know, and working at like a very small cloud provider, not even a cloud provider, just a little small web hosting company. And the big thing that I remember that is like my boss buying this ridiculous mining rig with like 12 GPUs in it, and just the sound, how many fans was required, the amount of power that went into that, and that's just one rig.
So he's why it's expensive for me to upgrade the GPU in my gaming PC right now. If I
that's
can on one at all.
Justice for gamers. That's what I'm
Justice for
saying.
gamers. I feel oppressed.
You know,
I want to play video
as we all know, gamers are one of the most oppressed groups in society today.
Absolutely, according to a specific section of Twitch and Twitter.
Yes.
Well, now let's bring up another really great, you know, if we're talking about gamers, we've got our first.
We're just playing the hits today. This is great.
Our first pro gamer president, and this is neither an endorsement or
critical support to Joe Biden for his pro gamer platform.
But you know, this could, if he expands the PS5 count and Xbox X or whatever in the United States, he could garner some real love from gamers.
Look, I'm just saying they're having a lot of problems in Congress right now with this $2,000, $1,400, whatever checks. Just, you know what? Send everyone a PlayStation. Yeah, give everyone a PS5.
No problem.
Give everyone a PS5 and 2 weeks off work paid.
A thing I love about
COVID sorts itself
externalism
out.
is that, like, occasionally you get weird pictures like that. The photo on that was not of the inside of a PS5 or of an Xbox Series S or
Yeah,
X,
really weird,
whatever.
like-
It was a picture of like a probably Aorus brand, like gaming PC motherboard and a Ryzen CPU. So, like, I don't know.
Well, no, AMD makes chips for
AMD
those,
does,
right?
but that's not what the inside of those consoles look like. You can get teardown
true.
photos of them. They could have gotten a teardown photo, but
Well, you know what I'm curious about then is that how are supply chain issues like, you know, Xbox 360, or I should say Xbox and PS5, like how are these supply chain issues actually coming and impacting what we do? You know, I'm been curious about how limited, you know, expanding the amount of GPUs a certain cloud company. I don't know about the where place I work, but I'm just saying as a general thought, you know, how much these supply chain issues are impacting what people can do, how much they can process and build. Thank you, JJ. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, you really need to be, because like the peanut gallery is coming along and giving us a lot of nonsense.
Yes.
oh yeah, they're popping off.
Please remember that this entire thing is basically just Twitter shit posting in audio-visual form. So
Pretty much.
And so the Gamer Union of America would like to remind you that union dues cost about $700 a year in a new video game. This was what Delta tried to do. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, you know, we've talked a lot about unions in technology lately. Hey, look at that segue.
Nice.
Another one.
Another quarter in the transition jar.
Hey, if you haven't been there yet, I just want to remind people, because you know I'm a team player. Go to the DevOpsDays Texas Twitter. You're going to be able to find that Discord there and information how to get to it, where you can watch all the live shit posting that happens. There's a lot of really great people that are currently in the grand hall. They're having a really great conversation. And there's people there that I know the two of you probably haven't seen in person in quite a while. I know there's Quintessence, Paul, JJ. There are these incredibly great people that are building out this event for you online.
And OpenSpaces later on. So get in your submissions for OpenSpaces, and then when voting is open, I'll be moderating one of the channels. Don't know which one yet, but I will be there.
Oh, so voting is now, apparently.
Voting is now.
Go
so
vote.
Get to voting. Get cracking.
Go
vote.
prove that electoralism is not a dead ideology.
Seriously. Yeah. And, pick a good one for me to hang out in.
And so, we really want to remind you, like just saying, a lot of these conversations that are going on around unions and tech, I think are important. We need to kind of remind ourselves that labor is still something that we actually do. We are utilizing our skill sets, and while our labor may be sort of different than traditional, what we considered blue collar work in the country that led to unions, that there's a real need to still be able to organize people, have them work so that they can have fairness in their workplace. I work at a really large place, and I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But the idea and the conversation, I think, is important.
And tech
keep in mind.
Special.
Oh, go on,
tech is not special. Like we have more. We as like tech employees, software engineers, or whatever, we have more in common with the blue collar workers you associate with unions than you do with the CEO.
100%. Your personal class interests as a computer janitor and Jira wrangler align more with the person that empties the trash and does the janitorial custodial work than it does with the CEO or the venture capital person that you effectively get paid by.
No shade to any CEOs who follow me on Twitter. I know there's several of you. You're great, but
yes, you might be personally really cool, but
yeah, like
systemically, I've got my eye on you.
Hey, so
I know plenty of people that are richer than me.
Yeah,
Some of them are
we
fine.
have like 2 minutes left in all this, and that's plugging time. So we got to do some quick plugs.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Kat,
what are we plugging?
Kat, you plug what you're up to. You got the OpenSpaces that you're helping out.
Yeah. So plugs. OpenSpace voting is now. I will be moderating one of them. I don't know which one. I'll just be hanging out in there, making sure the conversation flows, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, I sometimes do DevOps 101 workshops. I teach about one a month. I will tweet about it when I have one coming up. So you can follow me on Twitter at Dixie3Flatline to find out when I'm doing that. If you have somebody on your team or whatever, or maybe you don't know much about DevOps, even though you're at a DevOps Days and you want to learn more, I will be happy to walk you through that and hold your hand for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Super duper. Austin, what do you got? I know you got Deserted Island
DevOps. Yes, you can follow me on Twitter at Austin L. Parker. And as Jay said, Deserted Island DevOps 2021, the world's second virtual Animal Crossing conference, will return in April 30th of 2021. Our CFP is open now. Please find more details at desertedislanddevops.com. Follow me on Twitter at Austin L. Parker. And over to you, Jay.
Well,
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. I want to do your dirty work.
No. Yeah, I'm Jay Gordon. You can find me on Twitter at JDestro. If you'd love to talk to me about Azure, that's kind of what I do for a living. And so I am more than welcome to listen to your questions, your complaints, whatever it is you got about Azure. You can find me on Twitter at JDestro. Check out my stream every week on Thursdays, Azure Fun Bites. I normally have a guest. Both of my two co-hosts have been on before, and we've actually talked about technology, which is pretty cool. Hey, Sean, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I just want to say thank you so much to the Fist Pod crew for showing up and doing this. It's been a real ride. Thanks a lot.
Of course.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
Bye, y'all.
Give us the music, Austin. Hey. Yes, so FistPod, we tend to put one out like every week. We're on Twitter at FistPod. We call it FistPod.
Spotify.
And iTunes and Spotify. We're FistPod because the world sometimes uses binaries to kind of fix corruption. And whether or not we'll actually keep that corruption away for long term without having to replace everything is up to us.
Also,
So,
it's hilarious to do this and see Paul's like avatar just going like.
I know
It's been very inspiring the entire time.
Hey, so I'm going to say to Sean, to everyone else, we're going to kick it back to DevOps Days Texas and that crew. Thank you so much for having us. I don't know why we did this, but I'm glad that
people asked me like super nicely.
Yeah. Hopefully this is not our this is our first and maybe it's our last one, so who knows.
Next up on our virtual podium, I am pleased to welcome Kiran or Rin Oliver, a technical community builder at Camunda. Rin is a technical community builder at Camunda. They enjoy discussing all things open source with a particular focus on diversity in tech, improving hiring pipelines in open source software for those that are neurodivergent, and removing accessibility barriers to learning programming. Rin is also a member of Kubernetes, a contributor to Spinnaker, involved in the Kubernetes Contributor Experience SIG, and is a storyteller on the Kubernetes upstream marketing team. When not immersed in all things open source and cloud native, they can be found hanging out with their wife and pets, making candles, cooking, or gaming. Again, I am delighted to welcome Rin up to our virtual stage for their talk, Tips and Tricks for Working Remotely for Neurodivergent DevOps Professionals. Rin, take it away.
Hello, friends. Thank you for joining me today at DevOps Days Texas. No, friends. No. Hello, friends. Welcome to my DevOps Days Texas presentation. Thank you for joining me. You will notice that I have enabled captions on this presentation, which may or may not work well. As we just saw, I would beg your patience with them. I did try to enable them for accessibility, and I hope that they are helpful rather than a hindrance. And I apologize if they don't catch every word that I speak. I would like to welcome you to DevOps Days Texas. Thank you again for joining me. My name is Rin Oliver, and I am a technical community builder at Camunda, and I'm here to talk to you about tips and tricks for working remotely for neurodivergent DevOps professionals. So, first of all, you may be wondering, what is neurodiversity? Neurodiversity is the diversity of human minds, the infinite variation in neurocognitive functioning within our species, as coined by Dr. Nicholas Walker in Neurocosmopolitanism. An individual themselves is neurodivergent rather than neurodiverse. An individual themselves cannot be diverse, they can be divergent. So if you are speaking of someone that is neurodivergent, please remember to say neurodivergent and not neurodiverse. The neurodiversity movement is a social justice initiative that focuses on inclusion, equity, awareness, and above all, civil rights for neurodivergent individuals. I find it, as a multiply neurodivergent individual myself, important to do things to raise awareness and raise equity and make sure that people are included and feel that they are represented by seeing other neurodivergent individuals, such as myself, give talks like this. I am autistic, I have ADD, I have dyspraxia, and dyscalculia. Neurodivergence itself has many different variations, each unique to the individual. If you know one neurodivergent person, you know just one. While they may share similar things where they both may be autistic, they may both have ADD, that doesn't mean that they experience these things in the same exact way. So do keep that in mind. Not everyone experiences something the same way as another person, even if they share a diagnosis. So first things first, let's get into working remotely. Working remotely is a huge boon for people that are neurodivergent, and this matters because working remotely allows you the ability to control your environment, how hot it is, how cold it is, ambient noise, music, when you eat breakfast, when you eat lunch, or when you want to focus on work, where you work, what time you work at, if you socialize with others, and the list goes on. It's so wonderful to be able to work remotely as a neurodivergent individual. It offers flexibility, and it's just really nice to have the opportunity to work remotely if you're neurodivergent, because office settings and office environments can be really chaotic and not conducive to focused, productive work as someone that is neurodivergent. But while working remotely offers flexibility, it can also present challenges unique to neurodivergent professionals and teams working in the Arklatex area. This is of a particular concern during hurricane season, or like we saw also last week with ice storms. So when we're down here in Arklatex, we've got to be aware that while you can work remote and it's great, it's also sometimes not so great, because if you lose power, if you're having to be a caretaker for someone and you have no water or no electricity, that's a challenge too. So some neurodivergent people work best when following a routine, and things such as power outages, internet outages, and routine changes that come with inclement weather can be difficult to process and even more difficult to work through. So we're going to talk about some ways to make that hopefully a little better. So Working during a hurricane or a natural disaster. Like I said, it's no secret that we get a lot of bad weather here. In 2020, this was felt obviously with Hurricane Laura, and working through that situation for me was the driving force behind this talk. I spent 4 days without power and even more without water and under a boil advisory, and working with a generator blaring while trying to have Zoom calls was the epitome of not productive. My work was very flexible, and they allowed me to take time. At that time, I was in a previous role, but they did allow me that time to work as I needed, and I did the best I could. And also last week, shout out to Kamunda for being wonderful and supportive during the ice storms. Thank you. And working remotely during a natural disaster is challenging for people that are neurodivergent in many ways, in that you can't predict everything. You can't predict your schedule if the power goes out, if you have no water, if you have to do things like start a generator during the middle of the day, go get gas for the generator, etc. These are all things that throw a wrench in the plan. So you've got to really have that plan in place for what happens if there's a natural disaster, and you have to work through it. So if your job provides you the stability to do so, and you're able to, consider evacuating in the event of a storm, but evacuation isn't really necessary or possible for everyone. That's another thing to consider too. While some people think, well, we'll just send our employees $500 and have them evacuate, that some people might not be able to. They might have pets, they might have elderly family members they're caring for, they can't leave, they're too physically ill to travel, etc. Just handing someone money to evacuate to a hotel isn't necessarily helpful or equitable. So managers, that's where you come in. What policies are in place for employees during dealing with a natural disaster, and how will you best support your team members that are dealing with such things? So how are you structuring your company? Are you talking to your executives about what plan is in place for when people are impacted by natural disasters, and how you're best supporting them, other than just saying, we want you to evacuate, here's some money? So do keep that. And even like we saw last week with the ice storms, even if we did have money from our companies to evacuate, where would we have gone? Everywhere within a 5-hour radius got hit with the same ice storm. So it's not like we could have traveled to evacuate to these hotels. So evacuation will not solve much of anything. So you have to have a plan in place for supporting your employees as they hunker down in their homes without power, often uncomfortable, and perhaps freezing or overheating, etc. So please be kind, treat people with grace, and above all, be flexible in these sorts of situations. So back to the power outages. This is one place where prepping can come in handy. Having your backup chargers, battery packs, spare cords, etc. stored in a central location that you can easily and safely access is key. And also rotating, if you have a generator and you are without power, rotate your chargers, rotate your battery packs so that you can have a constant stream of charging devices and devices that are plugged into power. So make sure that you're rotating the power supply in the way that best supports you so that you can get your work done. So your phone is charged if your phone is your hotspot, and you have your computer charged with a battery pack, etc. So for lighting, if you can, get LED lanterns that are battery powered or crank powered if you're working at night. So having those crank powered or battery powered LED lanterns is really useful if you prefer to work at night. Also ensure that your manager knows that you're experiencing power outages, and make sure that you've really laid out that groundwork for your availability and your responsibilities during storms that can take out power more than a few hours at a time. While setting boundaries is really challenging for some neurodivergent people, you've got to keep in mind that your boundaries and expectations, setting those during a storm is okay, and that they deserve to be respected. And as long as you lay them out in a way that makes sense to you and that you feel empowered, it's up to your manager to take that on board and act on it. So remember that it's okay to set boundaries, and that you deserve to have them respected so that you can feel empowered in your workplace. And of course, communicate with your team if you know your power outage is going to last more than 24 hours. So if you know that you're not getting power back anytime soon, definitely let your team know, let your managers know. And managers, if your team members notify you of an ongoing power outage, ask what you can do to best support them, and work with them to do as much as you can to lighten their workload, and make sure that it's spread across other teams if you can, and if possible, just support your people and make sure that you're remembering that it's people first. People first. Thank you, captions. Okay, so quickly, let's reflect for a minute, and we're gonna think a little bit on the tips and the situations that we just explored. And I'd like y'all to ask yourselves the following questions if you'd like some jumping off points, or take a few moments to think about what we've learned so far. Ask yourself, how does working in natural disaster make me feel? For me, it doesn't make me feel great. It makes me stressed. It makes me feel really stressed out. But sometimes it also is nice to have the distraction of being able to work if I have a hotspot and I have the battery on my computer to be able to distract myself from not having power. And I also ask myself, how can my employer best support me during an inclement weather occurrence? That is a typo in my slide, and we're just going to go with it, friends. We're going to go with it. It's okay. Managers, how can I best support my team members or even myself when working during a natural disaster at an organizational level? And then, what are some things that you wish people knew about working during a hurricane or other major weather event as someone that's neurodivergent, or even as someone that's neurotypical? What do you wish people knew about working during a hurricane or major weather event, such as last week's ice storm? What are some things that you wish that your job had done differently? What are some things they did right? Let them know. How can they support you moving forward? How can they support your fellow team members? Take some time to think on that really quick here, and we'll move on to the next slide. But for now, just ask yourselves these questions. Definitely use the DevOpsDays Texas hashtag on Twitter, and also on the Discord. We can talk about it there too. Feel free to start some conversation on Discord, and we can chat about it there. And I look forward to seeing your answers and how this conversation builds out. So moving on to tips for a productive workspace. And this is a different vein, but working remotely means that you get to also set up your workspace, which is fun. Everybody likes setting up somewhere where they can work that they feel, best to do work in. And that means that you can ask yourself, what makes you feel best to surround yourself with? Is it plants? Is it fun lights? Is it cute decor? Is it having limited distractions and a really comfy workspace? Whatever it is. If your company offers a remote office setup stipend, definitely take advantage of it. They might only let you buy certain things, but even then, if you can get a comfortable chair, some nice noise canceling headphones, monitor stands, whatever it may be, definitely grab it. And for whatever they don't cover, if you think you can get some plants or some LED light strips and that'll really make you happy, grab some. Whatever it is, if it makes you feel happy to be at your desk, it's worth a shot. So make sure to take some time away from your desk and your workspace if you can, for a few minutes each hour at least. However that looks for you. Just look away from your computer, even anything really. Just get away from your desk, get away from your workspace if you can for a few minutes each hour. And then if you find them useful, things like fidget cubes, Pomodoro timer cubes, and visual reminders to drink water or hydrate, however you feel best. I highly recommend those. I have none of those, unfortunately, because I don't know what happened to my fidget cube. I just found out about Pomodoro timer cubes last week. They're interesting. And as the reminders to drink water and hydrate, I desperately need, as someone on Vyvanse for my ADD, it makes you not want to drink water. So please do share any hydration tips with me. I could drastically use them because I am a chronically dehydrated person. But there's apps that you can use that you can take care of plants when you drink water. It's actually really fun. Highly recommend that one. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a lot of apps that you can use to hydrate. They're great. Highly recommend. LED light strips, also fun. And whatever makes you feel best to get work done, honestly. It can be a new chair. It can be a really interesting couch. It can be a chase. Whatever you want, really. Or none of these things. If you work best from bed and you want comfy blankets, the list goes on. However you feel best to work remotely, empower yourself to set up an office space that works for you. Whatever that looks like. It doesn't even have to be an office anymore. We're in a pandemic. So, moving on to tips for managing mental health. I'd like to offer a disclaimer. These are broad spectrum tips that are not going to be applicable to every neurodivergent individual or every situation, and nor could they possibly be. This also applies to the previous slide. Use what you can, pass on what you can't. And I'd like to note that if you don't find something useful, again, pass on it and just take what you can. So mindfulness is great, and practicing mindfulness, if it helps you, can be achieved by using apps such as Headspace, Calm, or any other mindfulness techniques you enjoy. I am not going to mention yoga here because yoga is great, but it is also sometimes inaccessible for people. So I'm not going to say just do some yoga, because I know I hate that when that's a suggestion offered to me. Especially someone with EDS. Yoga makes me pop and crackle like saran wrap. So maybe don't suggest things if you don't know someone's situation, really. These are broad spectrum tips, not necessarily suggestions. It's always difficult to offer suggestions in general. Again, this is such a delicate area, but I've got to say mental health is important. So I'd rather talk about it than not, because burnout is real and burnout is happening on a daily basis, especially in this industry. So I feel like if I don't talk about it, it's even worse. So I've been burnt out. It's awful. It takes months to recover from it. It's hard. And if you feel psychologically supported to do so, offer a space where people can talk about burnout. They can talk about feeling overwhelmed, etc. If you don't have that psychologically safe workspace, consider finding someone in your communication circle that you can talk to these things about, or a therapist, or anyone really, that you feel comfortable with and that you feel safe talking to. Ask about flexible working hours. That's important too. If you work best early mornings, if you work best late at night, see if you can flex your work schedule a little bit so that you're working when you are most empowered and feeling most ready to tackle the day. And advocating for yourself is important. Advocate for yourself if you can, and remember that you can set your boundaries clearly, you can state them in a way that works best for you, and that advocating for yourself is always useful and valuable, and that you should feel empowered to do so. You are your best advocate, and in some cases, at least, you're your best advocate. But you should also know that at times people can go to bat for you. So that's a very variable situation, and it depends. And it's, again, unique to the individual. When you need support, you should ideally, hopefully, have a support system in place. But if you don't, and you think you can tackle something on your own, advocate on your own behalf. It's really variable, and it's, again, up to you and your own situation. So a way that you can enable your neurodivergent individuals to be successful in their remote workplace in 2021 is by structuring equitable virtual meetings. And those are important because without equitable virtual meetings, neurodivergent people are really facing a lot of challenges here. I know for me, I like to get slides in advance because I read really quickly. So if I am just sitting through a presentation of slides and I've already read them, that's great, because I know that I don't have to necessarily focus on the content and the speaker at the same time. I already know what's in the slides and I can get my questions ready. So that's really good. So an asynchronous meeting document, such as a Google Doc, is also huge too, because team members can leave feedback, ask questions, etc. And those also provide you an opportunity. If you see a theme come up in your meetings every week, you can dig into that a little better and get some content out of it, or start a blog post, a podcast, whatever. If you see something that continuously comes up and it's able to be shared with the public, you might want to do that. Consider that as an option. At least you have it there captured in a document, so it can live beyond when someone hits end meeting. So another thing is recording your meeting. Recording your meeting is very important in that it allows people to watch their meeting back if they have an auditory processing issue, such as myself. I have auditory processing disorder. So if multiple people are talking at once, I sometimes miss entire blocks of conversation. So recording a meeting allows me to go back and listen to it again. And that's very important. And it's also very helpful for time zones, especially asynchronous communication. Again, is huge. It's critical in this day and age. Recording your meeting allows for asynchronous participation of all meeting participants across time zones. Very important. Another thing is to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak up if they want to. This is where the raise hand feature in Zoom comes in handy. It can be difficult to figure out for neurodivergent people when to break into a conversation, so have those pauses there. Make sure to pause. Don't just have a constant stream of conversation. Have that pause in there and make sure that people know that there's a lull and they can interject their thoughts. And also reach out managers to, or whoever's running a meeting, to the more quiet people and ask, so-and-so person, do you have any thoughts on this situation? And if they don't, they don't, but at least you tried. And also, on that note, let people communicate in a way that they feel most comfortable. Don't force them to speak if they don't want to. They can type. Especially if you have that asynchronous meeting document, they can type their concerns, and that way they don't necessarily have to speak. And this is important, too, for people that don't necessarily have internet bandwidth. Not everyone has broadband. I'm on rural internet when I'm at home, and we don't have the greatest, so I never have my camera on because I just don't have the bandwidth up and down to do so. And having the ability to type my questions versus talk is great because that way I can still be heard without having to worry about what if my internet garbles out, etc. So equitable virtual meetings let people communicate in a way that they feel the most comfortable and empowered to do so. So we're going to take another moment to reflect on those tips and situations that we just explored. And you can ask yourself the following few questions if you'd like some jumping off points, or take a few minutes to think about what we've learned so far. Ask yourself, what are some of the ways I feel empowered to participate in a meeting or discussion? Managers, what can you do to make your workplace more remote friendly? On that note, what are some remote-based tools that don't work well for you? Why? What are some remote practices that you absolutely hate? For example, my pet peeve, at here in Slack, at here in Discord, don't use it. I don't like that. That's my big one. The ability to message an entire channel, no. Another thing is, what's something that you wish people knew about working remotely as someone that's neurodivergent, if you're neurodivergent and here today, or someone that is neurotypical? What's something that you wish people knew about working remotely that hasn't already been said? Everyone has something to offer, even though you may think that every remote work thing has already been discussed. It hasn't, because there's only one you, and your thoughts are valued and you are important. So I want to hear your thoughts. Please share them with me. I would love to hear them. So let's talk about action items. What can we do here to ensure that both you and your management team have a plan in place for when natural disasters and power outages occur? Make sure that you have that plan. You're talking about it with your team and your management and the executives and say, this is our plan for natural disasters. Doesn't matter what they are, any disaster. This is what happens. So make sure you have that outlined very clearly. And then also use asynchronous meeting tools as much as possible. Record your meetings. Make space for everyone to offer their thoughts and feedback during a discussion, and let them communicate those how they feel comfortable and empowered to do so. And also set up your workspace and structure your workday in a way that works best for you. I would like to thank you all for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed this presentation. And again, thank you for your time today. I absolutely would love questions, discussion, to continue the conversation on the DevOpsDays Texas Discord server. Feel free to join me there, or you can find me on Twitter at Kiran Oliver, KIRAN_OLIVER, and use the hashtag DevOpsDaysTX. And I look forward to seeing you on Discord. And again, thank you so much for joining me.
And now, closing out DevOps Days Texas 2021 in terms of speaking is our keynote speaker, Elle Marquez. I'm really excited to introduce you to Elle. Elle is also known as Ellopunk online. Former sysadmin, cloud builder, podcaster, and container advocate. Always a security enthusiast. This enthusiasm and driven curiosity have helped her as she has become an active member of the InfoSec community, leading her to explore the groundbreaking and exciting world of genetic software mapping at Untitled Labs. Elle is one of our own. She comes to us from San Antonio, Texas, and I am so excited that you get to hear her talk about how hackers saved her life. Elle, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today in How Hackers Saved My Life. A quick thank you to the organizers and all of the volunteers. Without your work, none of this would be possible. Now, I guess I should start by introducing myself. My name is Elle Marquez, and I am the Linux and security advocate at Intezer. This is not a product pitch, I promise, but I need to talk a little bit about what Intezer does in order to explain to you how my thought process has evolved. I'm, I think, more well-known or most well-known for the It's Okay to Be New campaign. And though I firmly still believe that, and I will continue to be new at different things for the entirety of my career, I'm not really new to the industry anymore. I've been around for 6 years now, as of January. And working at Intezer has really helped me see that and has helped me kind of define what it is that I'm going to do next. You see, Intezer is a genetic software mapping company. What does that mean? It means that we take software and we break it down into the binaries, and we take it down into what assembles it and makes up that application, that function that we're looking at. We do the same thing in DNA. Geneticists look at the genes and what genome it makes up. We're able to find the parentage of a person, and through the concept of code reuse. Let's face it, look, as developers, we spend a little bit too much time in Stack Overflow. And we're able to trace back really what software that came from. And we can look at ourselves in the same way. Think about it. We learn to walk, or we learn to crawl, then we learn to walk, and then we learn to run. We're reusing the skills that we have in order to do something more. Then why can't we go in and change our code? Why can't we change our predisposition? It goes back to that nurture versus nature thing. And I think that we can. I think that we can go in and modify our code and make it do something that perhaps it was never intended to do. So let me start completely over and say, hi, my name is Ellopunk, and I am a hacker. And I think that we are all hackers. We are born hackers. I know personally, when I'm given something, I start thinking, you know what does this really do? What can I make it do? Can I make it better? Can I break it down and really understand it? I was the kid that broke my parents' VCR by taking it apart and trying to figure out what it actually did. Unfortunately, I might not be the best hacker because I couldn't put it back together. But we're all born with that innate curiosity. As kids, we don't look at this and say, oh, this is a dandelion. It is a root, it is a weed, and if we blow on it, more weeds will grow. We look at it with fascination and we blow on it and we think perhaps there are fairies that are out there, or perhaps it'll grant our wish. Why do we lose not that innocence, but that curiosity? Developers, you are just from the beginning hackers, because you're given an application, you're given a task, and you have to look at it. You have to see, what can I change out of it to add the new feature? What can I change out of it to make it more than what it is? And I don't know about you, but I truly believe that while you're doing your task, you think, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this? And even on the ops side of the house, folks, you're cat wranglers. You have to come up with whole new ways in order to be able to get a group to do what it's supposed to do. Look, if you're in marketing, you don't run the same campaign over and over. You look at how to tweak it. You try new things. I have fun with what I like to call my cake budget. And regardless of the fact, we all have that innate curiosity that could make us grow in what we do. And by being able to just kind of tweak our code and change it a little bit, we can perhaps change the career path that we want to have and start to believe that we can achieve our goals despite what might be out there. Hacking is what makes code an art. It's what keeps you excited about what you're going to do. It helps provide a buffer between you and being burned out. It helps us think, you know what? I might be an imposter, but I don't care because I am having fun in this. Let me introduce you to a hacker that I look up to so much, and it might not be the hacker that you're thinking about. This is Mike. I can't say his last name. It's something like Ebeling, so we're going to call him Mike. He heard a story about a boy who had had both of his arms blown off. Now he could have said, that sucks, man. I wish I could do something. But he didn't, because he is a person that believes that the impossible can be made possible. So he pulled a group together and he started thinking about it and leading them and helping them create a 3D printed prosthetic arm. He was able to take something that cost $10,000 to $15,000, if not more, in a hospital setting and print it out for about $100. Now, he didn't write the code. He didn't create the arm. He managed the situation. He helped them push them through to the end goal. He basically was ops in the organization, and he was able to change not one life, but the lives of many. Now, you might have heard this and think, man, I really wish I could do something like that, but I don't have the skill. I don't have the ability. I really can't change the world. And perhaps you might be saying that you don't want to, and that's fine. I never asked you to be Mike. I'm asking you to be yourself. By holding ourselves up to his standards and what he was able to do, it's a whole new version of gatekeeping. Now, when we talk about gatekeeping, we often talk about the old guard, right? The neckbeards, the neckbeards, the people who tell us that we'll never be good enough. We won't be a senior dev. We don't have those abilities. We should just leave that up to them. But in the end, all of the people who told me that I was only in security because I was a fangirl, that was all about who my friends were or who I was dating, they were just talking. It's me that allowed them to affect the way that I think. And that's natural. But at a certain time, I had to say, I'm a hacker. I'm rewriting this situation. So what if they don't believe in me? I'm having fun and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I hope you feel the same way. I hope that you feel that you're empowered because you're learning and you're exciting. I recently left a position because I just couldn't be there anymore. They were making me feel burned out. They were making me feel like everything that they said was in fact true. But when I was at BCS, Bryan College Station's B-Sides, I heard a hacker by the name of Jason E. Street say, you know what? Why do you care about the gate? You're a hacker. Jump the fence. When it comes to the way that we think of hackers, this is really the image that we view ourselves, the image of anonymous, a daunting group, something that's supposed to overwhelm us because they are going to come and they are going to hurt our businesses. The bottom line, they might even attack us. But when I thought about what it was that was destroying my life, what it was that was truly attacking me, I realized this is me. This was the face that was looking back at me in the mirror, full of the self-doubt that I had. And I spent a lot of time really thinking about this because I wanted to leave the industry. Despite touring the world and telling people about imposter syndrome and feeling burned out and the gatekeeping and feeling like you belong and being okay with being new, I was done. I believed all those words. I couldn't give anymore. And what I thought about was their motto, and that's, we are anonymous, we are legion, we do not forgive, and we do not forget. Why was I so desperate to be in the limelight? Why did I want to be the person that was recognized by the work? And then I thought about it and I'm like, I don't want to be. Yes, I've toured the world, but I've done so to help others. When I interviewed at Intezer, I was asked the question, what are you the most proud of? And I knew what I should have said. I should have talked about something that I created, a program I was able to change, something that would make me stand out by others. What I said is, you're not going to like this answer. But what I'm most proud of is the work that I've done with my mentees and what they've been able to accomplish. I'm never going to mention names of who I've mentored. And honestly, at a certain point, I start forgetting because there's been a lot of people. And that's not to brag about myself. That is to brag about how amazing they all are. About a year ago now, thanks to COVID, I was approached during a conference. And the person said, hey, you might not remember me. You sat down and you talked to me after your talk and gave me some advice on how I can look at myself differently, how I can really approach companies even though I don't have an extensive resume. And guess what? I got a job and it's a good one. And I was able to get a work visa. My kids are going to school here. You've changed my life and you've changed my family tree. I'm here to tell you, I didn't do anything. All I did was help him remember that he was a hacker. He did it all by himself. Now you may be thinking, all right, that's really cool, but I don't do that. I sit behind a computer, I write reports, I chase people around the company, I talk to customers. Cool. Quit gatekeeping yourself. You're not me, and I've never asked you to be. And in fact, in my lowest moments or when I'm dreaming about the future, you don't know how often I wish that I was you, that I had your skills, that I could sit down and think of the world the way that you do and create something out of nothing. It would help my career because I could see the world in different ways. And I have to continuously remind myself that, yes, I'm a hacker. I have to work on my own skills and develop myself. It's not easy. The code, like everything in tech, continuously changes. So my challenge to you is help me hack the planet. Find something new that you want to play with. If that's at work, take on that harder project that you don't think that you can do. Maybe you do something at home that you continuously thought about and don't care if you fail. Look for that spark of energy that makes you continuously want to grow. And if you're at a company that is beating you down, or you have people that are just killing your spirit, think about leaving and really have an action plan for it. I know that it might not be possible for everyone, trust me. When I quit my job previously, I didn't have the savings. I took a leap of faith because I knew that I just couldn't be there and succeed anymore. Help others do the same. Maybe that will get you energized. Don't gatekeep yourself. When I was a system administrator, I sucked. And look, that's not self-deprecation. I sucked because I wasn't excited. There was nothing that made me want to continue and do better. And my mentor sat down and he said, look, it's becoming obvious that you don't want to do this. So what do you want to do? You know what I'd really like to do? I want to be a technical booth babe. Anybody thinking, great, you just put feminism back a couple of years. And you know what? Quit gatekeeping. It's my dream, not yours. What I meant is I wanted to be at the booth, talking to people, helping sell our product, helping be proud of the work that I've done. And when I had that person that came up trying to prove that they knew more or asking, obviously, you know what? I'm at a booth. I'm probably wearing heels. I'm hanging out. I must just be marketing and talk to them and prove them so wrong because I am technical. And boy, am I proud of it. Remember that whole concept of code reuse? We can find that all over our lives. The second part of all of this is that we get in a rut, right? We become part of this endless loop where we're just doing the same thing every day. We go to bed thinking tomorrow's going to be different. Tomorrow is the day that I'm going to step up, that I'm going to do it. And tomorrow comes and we don't. The second part of the saying is, we are anonymous, we are legion. And we are. Think about all the people that are at this conference, all the people that have been at other conferences that have attended. You're not alone, and other people have tackled this road. They've walked it before. Reuse what's out there, learn from them, Ask for mentors. And sometimes you are going to find those people that suck, those gatekeepers that we talk about. Toss them. That deployment failed. Move on and try again. And you know what? I'm going to say it one more time. No fancy slide, nothing amazing. You are a hacker. So if that deployment fails and you need to try something else and you just can't attack your own genes, all right, let's try a different approach. Let's social engineer the hell out of this. Social engineering really involves the ability to become someone that you're not. Whether you're making a phone call and trying to convince somebody that you are the secretary of a company, that you are representative of another vendor, you take on a persona. When I was at my previous job and I was being beaten down, I wasn't in front of a gate that I could just jump the fence. This was a vault door that was intended to keep me out no matter what. So let's distract them. After all, if they're busy looking at the girl or the woman in the red dress, they're not going to be watching what I'm doing. When I started this talk, what did I do? I introduced myself as El Marquez. And anyone who knows me knows that El is an introvert. Like, it takes so much for me to go out and talk in front of a crowd or to teach. And sometimes I come home and I would lay in bed and just think, oh my God, what did I do? And contemplate all of the mistakes I did. So I invented a new me. I'm Mellow Punk, and I rock at this. Whether you think I do or I don't, I am proud of everything I do. You see me sitting in front of you with makeup and pigtails, and if you've ever seen me at a conference, I'm completely peacocking it. That's because I'm there to social engineer myself, and to a certain point, I'm there to social engineer you. I'm putting on a role. I am playing a part of this eccentric, happy person who truly believes in themselves. And strangely, after a while, I really started believing it. It wasn't so much of playing a role. It was putting on my makeup and saying, it's time to go to work. And sometimes it failed. Look, I did a talk where the slides didn't work and I was trying to make it up in my mind and it was pretty bad. Got up the next day and did a different talk. It's hard, don't get me wrong. But the more that you do it, the easier it gets. You didn't write the perfect script when you first started. I'm sure that the first project that you tried to manage, the first server that you tried to tackle, the first whatever, you get the point, didn't go well. And probably not the second or the third. Hey, my second, I don't remember, day as a sysadmin, I took down an entire cluster for a major bank. We make mistakes, which gets me to the last part. And that's we do not forgive and we do not forget. We don't forgive ourselves. We lay in bed thinking of all of the things that we messed up. We win our best fights in the shower when we rethink them. I'm not going to tell you that that's going to change. The more that you work, not in having to forgive yourself, which would be amazing, but the more that you work on learning from the lessons, understanding that you're going to fail. Every time you push a new code, every time that you try a new project, it doesn't always work. But let's go back to that concept that we are Legion. It's true. We are. And all of the people that you see here on the slide, they are my hacker tribe. They are my family. Everyone from David in the up corner there, he'd never met me. We met right before a conference, and from that moment, he treated me like an equal. Someone who has worked in the government, check out his Darknet Diaries episode. He never thought less of me when I asked a question or made a mistake or told him about a big mistake that I did. He even invited me to write the foreword to his book. Me, nobody, anonymous, to step up into the light and do something to help others. Alyssa in the middle met me at a conference where I knew no one, and it was when I was first getting started. I was so scared, and treated me like a sister, helping, offering advice. We go to the other side, somebody from the EFF Foundation who I'd met by monitoring a talk. And he sat down with me before my interview and let me do my presentation and told me at parts where I completely failed. I completely missed the concept of what a string was in coding. And he took the time to help me do it. Phil, who helped me learn, Timmy, who didn't know me but contacted me and sat and talked to me when I wanted to leave the career, and Kat, who has been one of my strongest advocates. She's worked at Apple and she's worked at Uber, and she continuously tells me that I'm as good as she is. Find these people in your life. Find your tribe of hackers. And remember, hacking is not a crime. Hacking is a tool that all of us have in our toolbox. And if there is a crime that I and you have committed, it is the crime of curiosity. So take pride in who you are. Take pride in your being a hacker. And as we come to the end, I say grab your hoodie, whether it be pink or black, and get to it. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this, and I hope that you're able to walk away with a sense of curiosity that I've been able to rekindle what might have been lost. I'm in the Discord channel, so please feel free to reach out. Until next time, thanks and have a great day.
Cool.
Oh, no, it's live. You are live.
So
it was automatic.
So I want to start by thanking you, the participants, for making this conference happen. Without you watching the stream, participating on Discord, this would not have been a DevOps Days conference. People sharing ideas and learning from each other is what this conference and conferences like it are all about. I know we all miss in-person DevOps Days, and all of us
No, it's live. You are live. So automatic.
And all of us on the organizing team can't wait for them to start again. Next, I want to thank Elle for her closing keynote, as well as all of our speakers for submitting talks. These talks are seeds of ideas that grow in the minds of our audience. Throughout the day, you could see participants interacting with speakers, taking the talks in new directions, and expanding on them. Thank you for presenting and interacting with us on Discord. Next, I'd like to thank our sponsors who provided the funds to make this conference happen. And we thank all of them for their generosity. We're going to donate over $10,000 to Central Texas Food Banks because they're the organization that's fighting to keep people fed all across Texas. Food insecurity is something that we can fight together. There are two ways you can help. You can start by donating money. A $25 donation is turned into 100 meals at most food banks, which is an amazing return on your donation. The second way you can help is by volunteering your time. Lines are long and food banks are under strain because of the economic damage left by the COVID-19 pandemic. They need volunteers to help them handle this increase in demand, and you can help by volunteering your time. I want to thank all the organizers and volunteers. Our organizer team put in long hours in the face of uncertainty to bring this conference together. We had real superstars on our team who were able to make this conference a success over the past 2 days, and I thank them from the very bottom of my heart. I also want to send a special thank you to Matt Stratton and the organizers for DevOps Days Chicago for giving us a map, a blueprint for how to run an online web-based conference. Without their help, without Matt's involvement, we would not have been successful. At its core, DevOps is about trust. You need trust to have empathy, to have openness, to have collaboration. Fear is the enemy of trust. In your personal and professional lives, I want you to be fearless, to trust people that might have a different job title or that may not look the same way as you do. Have faith and have trust in them, and I guarantee you your life will be richer for it. The last thing I wanted to say is that you need to take care of your mental well-being. With most of us are isolated, working from home, our tendencies to introvert are pushed to the extreme. If you don't feel like yourself, or if you can't seem to shake a certain feeling, reach out to a mental health specialist for help. I myself have been going through a pretty steep depression over the past few months, and I'm now getting help and treatment for it. So take care of yourself and treat your mental health as important as you would your physical well-being. So thank you all for joining us this year, and we hope to see you around the Discord server, where we'll keep the conference going over the rest of this year and into the next. And hopefully, we'll see you for DevOps Days Texas 2022. Thank you so much.